Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant!
Judgment, I'll slip.
Zoe, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinning.
You mean shining?
Shh! You wanna get sued?
Judgment, I'll slip.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a-running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love it when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Today we are going to be talking about the Nancy Grace interview. I have the audio that I didn't have to clean up with all of the filth, but I want to talk a little bit about the 7 deadly sins. They are pride, greed, lust, envy, gluttony, wrath, and sloth. The 7 deadly sins, also called capital sins or even cardinal sins. In Roman Catholic theology, these are the 7 vices that spur other sins and further immoral behavior. They were first enumerated by Pope Gregory I the Great in the 6th century and elaborated in the 13th century by St. Thomas. But not to worry, these can be overcome with the 7 corresponding virtues of humanity, charity, chastity, gratitude, temperance, patience, diligence. But I would also love to add one more, the golden rule. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. We have seen a lot of these play out in real life in the Sebastian Rogers case, but I do believe that the most prevalent of the 7 deadly sins that we are witnessing in this case is greed. And in my humble opinion, there is no room for greed in a missing child's case. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers was 15 years old when he up and vanished from his bedroom in Hendersonville, Tennessee. Since then, we have witnessed the worst of humanity. But like I said, it's never too late to put virtues over sins. Let's watch.
Ending. Missing boy Sebastian Rogers' dad vows we will find him. This as video enhancement reveal. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. Thank you for being with us. That is the moment that Sebastian's mom and stepdad realize he's gone. You go in your child's room, but at 6 a.m., he's not there. Where is a missing autistic teen, Sebastian Rogers? Not only the search, but the heartbreak seemingly never ending. This as Sebastian's biological father joins us tonight and vows we will find you, Sebastian. Take a listen to his bio mom, Katie Proudfoot.
When I woke him up for school, he wasn't there. I took a second and walked through the house looking for him in case he'd gotten up and was trying to get breakfast or something, because he did that sometimes. About 3 minutes in, give or take, I was on the phone with my husband. I said, I can't find him. He said, what do you mean you can't find him? I said, he's not in the house.
That's from our friends at WSMV. That's when Katie Proudfoot spoke out in the search for her son, Sebastian. Now, let's take a listen now. After hearing Sebastian's mother, Katie Proudfoot, say, when I woke him up for school, he wasn't there. I took a second. I walked through the house in case he forgot and was trying to make breakfast, because sometimes he did that. 3 minutes in, I was on the phone with my husband, Chris Proudfoot, stating, I can't find him. And he said, what do you mean you can't find him? And I said, he's not in the house. The seemingly never-ending search for missing autistic boy Sebastian Rogers is taking a very heavy toll on his father, Seth, who is joining us tonight. And you can find Seth on a YouTube channel, Seth Rogers, Sebastian's father. And I ask you to go visit his YouTube site. Seth, thank you for being with us. The toll this must be taking on you, one dead end after the next.
It's another day. It's just every day. It's another day. Another day I don't have Sebastian. Another day I have to chase down every lead that comes in. Every lead that comes in with us, we make sure that TBI has it, Sumner County has it, but we also chase it down.
Joining me, in addition to Seth Rogers, who is Sebastian's bio dad, Tony Mathis is joining us, who is the spokesperson for Seth Rogers, but also a great source of strength for him. Tony Mathis, thank you for being with us. I noticed just then how Seth dodged my question. I asked about him and the toll this is taking on him. And as usual with him, it's all about Sebastian. He completely deflected what this is doing to him and went back to, I got to find my son. I'm getting new tips. I'm following tips.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here, coming at you with another raw narrative. Thank you all so much for being here tonight. And I see a lot of people that I know in here. We got Grace's Gavel, Elizabeth, couponing, Debbie says what, Star, good to see you, Star, Minnie, Johanna, good to see all of you. So good to see all of you. Little Miss Sharon, Hope B, Brown-Eyed Girl. We got our Brown-Eyed Girl in here tonight. Forever Nikki's mom. Thank you so much for being here. It's so good to see you guys. So good to see you guys. So this is a cleaned up version of the audio. So hey, Prickly Pear. Good evening. I'm so glad that I was able to get that. I was working on editing out the filth in the last episode. So, or excuse me, in the last interview. But lucky for us, we got it. It's really clean from what I've heard. I haven't heard like the whole entire thing, so I hope it's good stuff. But I think it is. In the shape of a heart. Good to see you. Good to see you guys. And so I'd like to go over this just a little bit. It was really heartbreaking to hear Seth. He was very upset, obviously. He always says the same thing, though. I agree with Nancy on that. He's always saying, Sebastian, Sebastian, Sebastian. He's not worried about himself. He's not worried about what people are saying about him. He's worried about finding his son. And so I have to give credit where credit is due there and say, you know, Seth, we're all fighting for you. I have finally got my candle up. I've had the candle holder back there, but I just didn't put a candle in it. So I do have that tonight for Sebastian. It's shining for him. And I really just hope that we can find him. That's the most important thing. The greed in this case has been astronomical. Hey, Julie, good to see you. And all of just really bad behavior. We'll just put it that way. I'm no saint, but I do believe that there are certain things in life that we need to pay attention to. And then also, I think that there's always a balance, right? Good, evil. You have the virtues versus the sins. There's always time to make things right if you want to, and if you're a good person and you're trying. Hey, Holly S. Although Yoda would say there is no try. Good to see you, Mac McAndre or Heather. I'm sorry, I always say your name wrong. I'm so sorry about that, but I'll probably just call you Heather. But it's very good to see you. So with Seth, he just really wants his son found. Nancy brings up a lot of interesting points in this video. So let's go ahead, or podcast rather. So let's take a look at the next clip that we have.
Will you describe what this has been doing to Seth Rogers?
Yeah, Nancy, thanks for having us. He's broken. You know, he can't, when you're riding around in the truck with him, he'll fall asleep. When you're talking to him on the phone, he'll fall asleep. He's worn out. He's mentally, physically, emotionally exhausted. You know, all the while he's got, you know, people attacking him on social media. It's just exhausting, and you won't ever hear
wait a
him.
minute. Wait right there. You know what, Tony and Seth, when I was researching everything I could get my hands on, making phone calls, begging for information, this case, like few others, and there have been others, but the search for Sebastian has turned into an all-out dogfight on social media and in mainstream media and on linear TV. Why, Tony? Why isn't everyone uniting to try to find Sebastian? I don't get it.
Well, I think a lot of the content creators have realized that if there's constant chaos and drama, then they continue to make money off of that stuff. I think that there are a lot of good content creators that continue to focus on the child in the case. But, you know, we try very hard to keep Seth away from the drama and allow him to focus on his son, which he's done a great job of. But again, he's exhausted. He's mentally, physically, and emotionally exhausted.
Seth Rogers, where are the tips coming from that you're describing?
My private investigator has a firm that has a hotline set up. Dog Bounty Hunter has a hotline set up. Communication with all of them.
We're looking at nearly $250,000 reward for information leading to the answer. Where is Sebastian? At this hour, we are learning that in addition to trying to find Sebastian alive, there is an alternative investigation going on. And there has to be. Joining me is a very special guest, Dave Moyer. Dave is Georgia K-9 National Training Center instructor for all tracking needs. He manages military contracts. He is was a deputy K-9 handler at San Bernardino Sheriff's. Dave, I know no one wants to hear this, but in all searches for missing people, there are two alternative searches. There have to be. One search is if Sebastian is still walking this earth, and the other is if he has passed on. That's the harsh reality, Dave.
Yes, ma'am, and unfortunately, that is not only harsh, but it's accurate. Now, again, what these dogs are able to follow is the human trail, and that the theory behind that being it's as people are walking away from a location, the dead skin cells, the oils, the different bodily fluids that are falling off their body leaves a biological trail. Now that biological trail, the theory behind the canines, of course, is that the canines are following that biological trail that the person leaves behind and its natural decomposition. Now, not to be confused with decomposition of any human remains, but this is just the trail itself.
Douglas McGregor joining us. He is the so-called geographic profiler, and that is the name of his podcast as well, who specializes in geographic profiling. Douglas, I want one of two things. I either want Sebastian found alive, or I want justice. There are two alternative investigations going on right now. This case is not cold. Describe the two types of investigations ongoing, Douglas.
Thank you for having me on, Nancy. And like you said, law enforcement will be working on those two investigations, one criminal and one non-criminal. Now, in looking at a case like this, you have to look at possibility and probability, and there's only so many reasons that a child and a child with autism go missing from a residence. And before we attack Chris and Katie too much, most children who do go missing from their home. And when it comes to autistic...
Hold on just one moment. McGregor, no one is attacking the Proudfoots. Just get that straight. Until I have facts justifying an attack, they are victims, just like Seth, just like Sebastian. Now, what were you saying?
Agreed. I'm talking about the wider social media community. That 45%.
To hell with them. I don't care what a bunch of trolls on the internet are saying. I care about the facts. Now, what would be the two investigations?
Sure. Criminal and non-criminal is what you're looking at. And, when you're looking at criminal, you're looking at possibility of abduction. You might have a stranger abduction, although Sebastian, that usually happens to younger males or females predominantly. You have the possibility of family abduction. Again, most children who are abducted by a family member are toddlers. And then you have the possibility of family homicide, and for children on the autism spectrum disorder, 90% are male at age 5 to 15. So that's the criminal side that you're looking at, and then on the non-criminal side, the most likely scenario would be a runaway or a throwaway, and the difference there is a runaway the child leaves on their own, and a throwaway the parent has kicked the child out of the home and not let them return for some period of time. And if that's the situation we're looking at here with Sebastian, then any number of scenarios could have happened after that. Lost, injured, an accident. So these are the different scenarios that law enforcement will be looking into.
Okay, guys, so I think stats are really important here. So we just heard him say that it's mostly little girls that are abducted out of their home. Not to say that it doesn't happen to little boys, but what he's talking about is what they're seeing statistically. So generally speaking, little girls are taken from their homes more often than little boys. 90% of autistic children, the ages are 5 through 15 years old, are either a runaway or a throwaway, he's saying, basically. It's a more sinister side of it. So he's talking about whether Sebastian may have run off. I don't think that's a very probable. It's a possible, but he was also talking about that probable versus possible, excuse me. And so when we're looking at that, running away from home, probably not. A throwaway. Now, that perked my ears up when I heard that. I was like, wait a minute, did he just say that about Sebastian? No, he wasn't saying that. So for anybody else that heard that wrong, because I did the first time, he's not saying that. He's saying statistically, they're either a runaway or their parents throw them out of the house. So they get kicked out, in other words. Hey, Native Girl, good to see you. Also wanted to shout out to, let's see, I saw Poppy Love and then His Eyes too. Good to see you guys. So I think those are important. Stats are important because we're looking back historically to see what has happened in the past. History repeats itself. We have patterns that are established in that way too. So I think it's important to discuss that and to look at that. And also possibilities. Is it possible versus is it probable? So Nancy Grace starts out by saying that there is a dogfight on the internet, and I can't agree more with her. She doesn't understand why we all can't get together and work together for a common goal. I've said that several times. I think it was last night too that I also mentioned it or discussed it just briefly. Hey, Justin, good to see you. So I really agree with Nancy here. I think it's important. I think that she understands the gravity of how if everyone comes and works together, we're in better shape than if we don't, if we're working separately or if we're divided into different groups that are, this is my group, this is my team, that's never a good mentality. And it also hinders progress, in my opinion. So that is part of human nature. Being the new girl in the cafeteria, so to speak, on the YouTube streets, because it's a lot like high school. You kind of get left out of things, or you get discredited for things. You might not have the same type of respect right away because you're earning it, right? But that's, for me, I haven't been active in the chats and things like that for years and years or anything like that. This is all very new to me. But I always enjoyed watching YouTube because there's a lot of freedom on there and people can say their opinions, and I really enjoy listening to different people's perspectives. So I've been watching YouTube for a long time, but just not in chats and things like that. So, I can definitely see how it can be very juvenile and immature and hateful, and people are jealous of other people, and they don't want to share in the glory, so to speak. And so on the flip side of that, and because from my perspective, that's what I've been dealing with. But on the flip side of that, we have a child who is missing, and we have people that don't want to come together because they either don't like the other person. Maybe they've heard a comment that they have made in the past, and they hold a comment or two or three, 20, to be fair, against the other person. And so they're just refusing to work with them. That is detrimental to progress, in my opinion. So I don't know why we don't all band together, but I don't see that happening in the foreseeable future. My email is out there. I'm willing to work with any creator that is willing to work towards the common goal of finding Sebastian. That's what's most important to me, and those are the people that I enjoy working with. So the canine handler. So we're going back to a canine handler that's on panel. Now, this canine handler, has not been, to my knowledge, involved in the case. He's just a panel guest that is giving perspective, from his experience level. So he was at the sheriff's office in San Bernardino, and he was a canine handler there. So those are his credentials. He had a few more. I didn't write them all down, but he sounds like he has credentials. And Nancy says the case is not cold. The case is not cold at all. She says that there's 2 investigations going on here. One is going to be a criminal investigation. One is going to be a non-criminal investigation. Now, these investigations are working simultaneously to figure out what happened to Sebastian. And so with that being said, it's one of those things where, again, it needs to be a group effort with law enforcement looking at both aspects of the case instead of only looking at a criminal aspect or looking at the non-criminal aspect. I think in this case, they probably know from camera footage that Sebastian is not a runaway at this point. There's no evidence that he has been abducted. I do think that they probably have some circumstantial evidence that they are waiting to see if they can gather more. And maybe there are some things, again, when we look at the flashlight video photograph that Nancy's going to go over in her episode, you can't really make it out. So in that way, they're not going to put a picture of Mr. Proudfoot like I did and do a comparison. They're not going to put a picture of Seth next to there and do a comparison, or whoever they think the suspect may be. They're simply not going to do that, right? And we would never want that, because we wouldn't want to be the one in the picture that somebody says, well, I see them, and now you're convicted, right? So understandably so. But I think that the fact that the picture is out there, I think that tells us that there's more that the FBI, CIA, for crying out loud, are privy to. And I think it's important to remember that. And then, of course, going over the possibilities and probabilities of what could have happened to Sebastian, process of elimination, figuring it out, narrowing down. I'm sure they have done that from the beginning. We've learned from former law enforcement agents, a lot of us in true crime, by watching true crime, right? They'll have an expert on, they'll have someone who has solved however many cases in their career. And those people are so valuable because they have the experience and they understand what it takes to solve a case. They also have a lot of education, a lot of them too, or experience. And I think experience is also valuable, because sometimes you can have all the education, then you get out into the field and you have to learn everything all over again, because it's a totally different ball game. So there's always that. And when you've been doing it for years and years, you just get good at it. Nancy talks about the internet trolls. Again, going back to the dogfight, going back to the hatefulness. The trolls are out there. And again, I always equate it to the bullies at school that you just kind of try to steer clear from. You're like, oh boy, don't make eye contact, just keep walking. It's one of those things where, you know, you try to do your best, but then also you need to stand up to the trolls and set the boundaries up and say, no, you're not going to be on my channel, you know, delete, blah blah blah, timeout, you know, rinse repeat, because there's more coming. The stats are really important again, and I'll just say that one more time, because when we're looking at things historically and establishing patterns, that is the most important thing to consider in a case. I believe that anyway, and that's why I feel like they should have done a more thorough job at the beginning. We all know this. First 48, first 24, really. As soon as you can get to a crime scene and make an assessment and gather as much as the evidence as you possibly can, the better. And I mean right away. Hey, Sandy. Thank you, Sandy. You're so sweet. You are so sweet. You guys are amazing. Margaret, good to see you, Margaret. Elizabeth said, I don't know how Price got into the last post. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I misread that at first. His Eye says, yes, CP trolls several creators. In my opinion, he can't stand not knowing what people are saying about him. Oh, no. I don't know. I'm the opposite. I really am. I wouldn't watch it. I would just, you know what I mean? I'd kind of, you know, because it's not worth it. You know, stick up for yourself, say your piece, but move on, and don't allow them to keep you in that negative space. And that even goes for the foot. You know, I'm going to be diplomatic on that one, because everybody deserves respect and kindness, unless they're not giving it. So MCE says, oh, I thought I heard they met 3 days on the 1st of every month. I'm wondering if you're talking about the Ellie. Sandy, you're so sweet. Minnie the clap back video. Oh my goodness, Margaret, Jason is not going to get me. He is not. We were teasing Terry Lynn. I said Freddie, Pennywise. I sent a lot of them after. I was just thinking back. I think I sent a lot of those to Terry Lynn today. Oh goodness. Good to see you, Brenda and Donna. Good to see you, Donna. Oh, the grand jury. Yes. I don't remember off the top of my head. Give me 1 second and I will look it up. I believe it's like 4 days out of the month, like consecutively, for Sumner County, but how often does if I can remember correctly, though, don't quote me yet. Maybe it's a full week, you know. I mean, it's basically a week, 4 days, but in Tennessee. Okay, so in Sumner County, the grand jury meets the first week of each month. In the Eastern District of Tennessee, grand jurors serve for 18 months and are usually required to report once a month. So in Sumner County, the grand jury meets the first week of each month, Monday through Thursday. Okay, that's why I thought that. Each grand jury serves for 3 months. Interesting. So, and I haven't heard anything. Hey, Saucy. I haven't heard anything about that, honestly, guys. I really haven't. So if you guys know. Thank you, MCE. Oh my goodness. Sandy says, of course, my love. Grace's gavel, you are one sharp cookie. Guys, Gracie has been up on panel. She is super smart. She is super smart. I love having her up on panel. Saucy's, oh, good. Oh, great. Thank you, Saucy. I appreciate you being here. Welcome in. Just Dawn says, I refuse to watch those movies. Just Dawn, so does Terry Lynn. That's why we tease her so bad. But me and Margaret love horror movies. So that's why it's so funny. I get so tickled when we tease her, because she'll go in, it'll be like nighttime. You know, she searches. So if anybody doesn't know who Terry Lynn is, she's a YouTuber. She searches for Sebastian, and she's local to Hendersonville, Tennessee, where he went missing from. And so, but when it becomes nighttime or Terry's in a place, Terry, this is horrible. You guys are going to think we're horrible. But when Terry's in a place where it's like dark and, you know, a cemetery sometimes or something, or she's passing by, we'll be like, watch out, Terry Lynn, Freddie's going to get you, or Jason's coming for you. But today I said like Pennywise Jason. I think there was a couple other ones. His eyes, I wonder what happened to Apple's KP watch, or KP's Apple Watch. Yes, we were talking about that the other day, about her Apple Watch, maybe a little bit last night, but definitely a few days ago, because I said I really wish that SF Investigates would show us a little bit of data from it, just to kind of ease the public's mind. They don't owe us anything, I get that, but in the same way, it would be nice for her to be able to get that a little bit. I do have Katie's interview with Reels, and I want to show it to you guys. We watched it last night, but I only had it on my phone where I was holding it up. I zoomed in on her eye, so we're going to go over that. The skulls, Margaret, I know, I'm trying to scare you, Margaret. Those skulls are coming for you. It was just like a background. Whenever I typed in the 7 deadly sins for the, for the intro tonight, it came up with this, and I thought it looked really cool. And then it has like the money around the greed, and I just thought it looked cool. Plus, I know that it would probably scare you, so I wanted to put that one up there for you. And MCE says Monday maybe Sebastian's case will go up in front of them this week. I know there was some talk about it the last time, and I believe it was last month. So hopefully, I don't know how many cases they actually take on. If there are certain ones that, like, I don't know, I don't understand the process. Are there certain cases, because obviously if they're there Monday through Thursday and they're working all of these cases, there's a whole lot of them that they need to look at, and there's a certain order to whoever gets priority, or maybe there's like a list that people are on. But let me Google check it and we'll see. I'll say which cases get seen. Cases are seen. In Tennessee, grand juries hear criminal cases that are bound over by a judge and presented by the district attorney general. So the district attorney general would need to initiate this with the courts, with the grand jury, or excuse me, in order for the grand jury to hear it. The grand jury's role is to determine if there is enough evidence to try the defendant in court. A judge may, okay, so how do cases get to the grand jury? A judge may bind over a case to grand jury after a preliminary hearing, which there wasn't anything like that. The defendant may waive the right to a preliminary hearing and send the case to a grand jury. The district attorney general may present a case directly to the grand jury. So those are some ways and hows. And I could be wrong. I don't foresee this happening soon. I would hope so. Sandy, I would hope so. But I just don't see it happening unless they have some more evidence that we don't know about. I mean, I understand there is. I just don't foresee that happening just yet. I wish it did. I wish it was going to. And I hope I'm wrong. This is one that I'm like praying that I'm wrong on, right? But Elizabeth says circumstantial evidence still needs to be proven beyond a shadow of a doubt. Absolutely. Beyond a reasonable doubt. Absolutely. Because if you think about reasonable doubt, is it reasonable, right? So that's that's the standard that they need to be held, or that they're holding themselves to, or that and then also she says LE and DA has to dot every I. Yes, Elizabeth, I agree, and cross every T. And then just Dawn is crossing her fingers. That was good. I worry about Brenda. I worry about her being out there too. My goodness, we're always teasing her, but it's like, every time she goes out, I told her today, I said, be careful, be careful, because, it's dark, it's treacherous. She knows the area. Thank God she's grown up around there. So she does understand, the terrain and things like that. But I know, I absolutely do worry for Terry Lynn. And I think that's why I tease her, because it, helps us cope. It's a coping mechanism. But yeah, she is always out there looking. And of course, think about the places, not to go, right into like a criminal investigation type mindset, but think of all the places that you would be searching for a person outside. I mean, we're searching next to a road where someone might have let them out of a car or something like that. So you're searching over there, the cars are whizzing by there, things like that. It's a scary environment, it's dark wooded areas. Sometimes there's areas where, I mean, she has to deal with, like the rocky and hilly terrain. So it's not easy. And then also it's cold outside today. It was really cold outside today. I could see she was shivering and stuff. One thing I wanted to mention though too, just briefly, there are a lot of yard signs that have disappeared in Hendersonville. Just putting that out there. It's kind of strange. I've never really heard of that. All I know is there was a laundromat real close to me that I would drive past a lot frequently. And every time I go past there, they left this flyer up, the same one that's behind me, that was up there. So they didn't take it down in Missouri. I don't know. Just Dawn says, I'm home alone for the first time in 24 years or 25 years, excuse me. I'm glad I have big dogs. Yeah. Oh, dogs are the big one, because people are kind of, I mean, I wouldn't say everybody's afraid, but if someone comes in your house, your dog is probably going to bite them. Although cats are a pretty close contender. Barb says, hello, Lady Freedom, mods and Freedom family. So good to have your company. Aw, I'm at work but listening. Good to see you, Barb. I hope you have a good night at work. Thank you for being here. And Star, thank you. Thank you. Could you guys make sure that you drop Gracie's channel, please? Because she did an awesome job. She really did. All the skills remind me of the movie It. That's what I was telling Terry Lynn, look out for Pennywise, and then people were like, that one's the scary one. I'm like, yeah, he is. He is one of the scariest ones. Some of them do look kind of clownish, don't they? I just thought the artwork was really cool. I don't know. And then also, it said it had kind of the topic on it. So I was like, that's neat. Margaret says, takes a lot to scare me, like tornadoes coming at us. Oh man, tornadoes can be really scary. Tornadoes can be super scary. If you have a basement, you feel a little bit more comfortable, but still, the one in Joplin, Missouri was, I mean, devastating. So it was absolutely crazy. You would see one house across the street that would be okay, and then the next house, like catty corner from that one, was demolished. So it was a rough one. You're in Tornado Alley, Margaret? Oh my gosh. Princess Buttercup, nice to see you. Did y'all see SF posts on X about the Nancy Grace interview a few hours ago? And he posted a photo still from a surveillance photo back of the Proudfoot home 306, but that's about 10 minutes before the flashlight video. Fishy. What the heck? What does he he thinks that's proving something. That's the crazy part. Hold on. This madness, I try not to let it get me. too worked up, but boy, oh boy. Let's see. I'm so bad. I never go on X, you guys, so I'm glad you tell me when things are on there because I have no clue. Oh, gosh. I guess I don't understand. Oh my gosh, he wrote like a whole novel. You guys want me to read it? I'll read it. Oh, hey, Joseph Rapp. Good to see you. Good to see you, hon. Pickle Me Elmo. Hey, Pickle Me Elmo. Princess Buttercup says he claims no activity proof with that still photo. SF, but it's sus. At the same time, he chose to show no activity at all, in my opinion. He shouldn't show the video to ease people's minds if that's true. SF is fishy, in my opinion. I understand that. I don't know why he doesn't. I just don't know why he doesn't come out with the proof that he has and really put it to rest if he has the proof. I mean, and what's this blurred for privacy nonsense? This is a picture, guys. So 3:06 and 51 seconds a.m. February 26, 2024. And it looks like a shed, someone's back porch, their back grass. Like, what the hell? Looks like a big old nothing burger to me, but let's see what he said. I mean, he's big mad. All right, so 2 hours ago, SF Investigates, also Steve Fisher, says, I am beyond disappointed to learn that Seth Rogers, Tony, and the con artist known as Clutch Them Pearls were given a platform by Nancy Grace to spread lies about the Sebastian Rogers case. Once again, I am shocked at how a father could do this to his own son. God. Justin, aka Clutch Them Pearls, you are a disgrace, a liar, a charlatan, a fraud. You produce an entirely fake image solely for money and views. Your non-existent team did not enhance surveillance footage from the neighborhood. Your completely fictitious story about people exiting a vehicle, two individuals in the backyard of the Proudfoot home, is nothing more than a desperate attempt to create content for your pathetic YouTube channel at the expense of a missing 16-year-old boy. I've been a guest on Nancy Grace many times. Well, good for you. And as an actual investigator in Sebastian's case, I hope she will take a closer look at the evidence and shift the narrative. Then give her more evidence. Like, if he wants her to shift her narrative, why doesn't he present her the evidence that obviously Seth is presenting her? I'm sorry. That's just, it's how it is. It is how it is. I didn't do it. I'm just saying it. Okay, let's see. The focus should be on how Seth Rogers, his spokesperson, and low-level frauds like Bullhorn Betty and Clutch Them Pearls have tried to profit from Sebastian's disappearance, just as they have done other missing persons. Pot kettle. Let me be clear to Nancy Grace and anyone else seeking actual facts. There were no individuals lingering behind the Proudfoot house. I have attached a still image from one of the multiple surveillance cameras behind the house to prove it captured on camera and that we know what did and did not happen behind the house. No one is even lingering, moving around, or carrying Sebastian, contrary to the lies Clutch Them Pearls is pushing. Well, I would have to agree with Princess Buttercup, who says that we need to see some footage, obviously. Seth, Tony, Bullhorn Betty, Clutch Them Pearls, and the rest of the gaggle of grifters will claim I am defending Chris and Katie, but that is not the case. He's the one that got a $15,000 retainer. I didn't. I don't think Justin got a $15,000 retainer. I know Seth didn't. Tony, I don't know how much he's getting paid, but that's besides the point. Seth, Tony, Bullhorn Betty, Clutch Them Pearls, and the rest of the gaggle of grifters will claim I am defending Chris and Katie, but that is not the case. I am defending Sebastian, since his own father refuses to do so. His own father's having vigils for him, and he's also going on Nancy Grace to get more awareness and to keep his son's name in the media. What has Katie done? What has she done? Where's a vigil for him? Where? Have you been to one, Katie? Because you haven't. That's ridiculous. Ridiculous. And we have footage from behind the house, just as we have footage from in front of the house. Then show it, along with over 100 hours of additional footage from the neighborhood. Good, show it. You have so much information, you have a gaggle of information, show it. I mean, this is so ridiculous. Sebastian is not being carried away. Sebastian is not being carried anywhere by anyone. Prove it. There are no people lurking or moving around in the backyard or common area. You can't tell that from one still shot at 3:06 a.m. All right, Steve, come on. We weren't born yesterday. I know that you guys think we're stupid, but please. It's time for Seth Rogers to answer on a national stage why he allows the exploitation to continue of his son's at his son's expense. What possible justification could a father have for permitting this to happen in his own son's name? Well, let me tell you something, Steve Fisher. If that was my kid and somebody thought that they had a picture and enhanced a picture, because I take this personally because I enhance the photo that they're using. So it bothers me a little bit that they're going after Seth when he didn't even produce this photo that they're talking about. He had nothing to do with it. I've never talked to Seth in my life. Never. And I've never talked to Justin from Clutch Them Pearls in my life. Never. Never texted him, called him. He's not my coach. He's not my mentor. Nothing. He did not collaborate with me on this. I did not collaborate with him on this. This was done by me, Gracie, and Star. If we want to get down to it. And Minnie was the one that showed it to all of us, and us dumbasses didn't see it. But either way, I'm not saying it is or it isn't. What really bothers me is them going after Seth and saying that he did something wrong. It also bothers me that other creators are out there saying that we don't care about what happens to Sebastian. If this is a photograph from the flashlight video where we can obviously not make it out because cameras at night show grayscale, then I'm sorry. Thank you, Minnie. Thank you so much, Minnie. I feel so bad because I was like, I don't know what I'm seeing. And then I got into something else. But I'm just saying, there's no reason for Seth to be bashed by this asshole when he had nothing to do with it. Not a damn thing. What it is citizen sleuths out here looking at an image, trying to decipher what has happened. He's doing everything he can to find his son, in my opinion. And he does not deserve this. And I'm sick and tired of the lies. I'm tired of the lies. I'm tired of the lies. Hope Floats, good to see you. Machete, your name makes me laugh. Thank you. I needed that. Okay, guys, let's go to a clip and I'm going to have a smoke.
Joining us is another special guest, the star and host of Clutch Them Pearls YouTube channel. An enhancement has occurred on very grainy and difficult to see video. This video occurred around 3 a.m. 3 a.m. just before Sebastian was reported missing. Sebastian's mother, Katie Proudfoot, states that she went into Sebastian's room around 6 a.m. Just 3 short hours before that, shadowy images were revealed around Sebastian's home. Where exactly was it? Was it in the backyard or beside the home, Justin?
Thank you for having me, Nancy. So this was in an area, what they call the common area. There was a car that pulled on the very beginning of the street where Sebastian lives. This individual got out of their car. They walked through the common area toward the home. A few moments later, you can then see there is 2 individuals coming back with flashlights.
Now, what's interesting is at the beginning, and let me throw this to Tony Mathis joining us. At the beginning, Tony, the video was very difficult to make out, but what you're hearing Justin Jensen describe is much more clear. Actually, take a listen to our friends at Crime Online.
4 weeks after Sebastian Rogers goes missing, mother Katie Proudfoot leaves the family home to be with her husband in their travel trailer while he goes back to work around the Memphis area. While Sebastian's father, Seth Rogers, and an army of volunteers continue to look for Sebastian, Katie Proudfoot says she is concerned about leaving, but defends the decision to leave by saying her son could be anywhere and they are looking everywhere. Katie Proudfoot doesn't know when she will return to her home.
That video from our friends at News Channel 5. Justin Jensen, you have obtained enhanced video. Now, could I see that from News Channel 5 again, please? We're looking at video. It's home security camera footage. Justin, if you were looking at Sebastian's home, would these flashlights be to the left or the right of the home in the common area?
It would be it's behind the home.
Behind the home. Okay, got it. Okay. So at 3 a.m., Seth Rogers, there are 2 people lurking in the back of Sebastian's home. 3 a.m., then 3 hours later, he's gone.
Law enforcement has not explained that video to me.
Let's take a look at the enhanced video. Now, Justin, who enhanced the video?
So one of my team members enhanced the video.
In this video, it appears as if the vehicle is a truck. And it appears as if there are 2 individuals, a taller individual on the left, a shorter individual to the right, and behind the tall individual. It looks as if the 2 are carrying a big black bag of some sort. Justin Jensen, could you describe what the enhanced video seemingly reveals?
So it shows that, at least in my opinion, that there is 2 individuals around the vehicle of some sort. They seem to be around the back of the vehicle, and then it's very short that they are in the back. Later, the one person gets back in the vehicle while the other person runs toward the common area, toward the area toward the Proudfoot home. And then later they back up and they leave the neighborhood.
Listen to this. When I was enhancing the photos, I could see the differences in the appearance of what looks to me to be a human face. And it looked to me like it was actually a human arm that was draped over the person who was carrying the black blanket, or the perceived person in the black blanket. But here's an example of what I saw. Here you can see the differences and enhancements, and as I enhanced each photo, you can tell that the person's skin stays the same color and the black blanket also stays the same color, so I know that those 2 images are associated with each other. So as you can see, each time I enhance the photo, you can see that the core images stayed the same.
This from our friends at Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives on YouTube. Can't find him. Where is he? The hunt is on for this boy. Did he wander away from home? Where is Sebastian Rogers? Joining us is Sebastian's father, Seth Rogers. Seth, before we look at that enhanced video again, could you describe the so-called common area beside and around Sebastian's home?
From my recollection, there's some trees and there is a gazebo out there.
I'm curious, who has access to the common area? And that does not preclude an intruder, but who would have access to that? Not only Sebastian's mom and stepfather, but everybody else in that neighborhood, right?
Yeah, it's open. It's all fenced up.
Okay, guys, I just wanted to read a couple of comments here really quick. You guys are so sweet. Thank you so much. And then thank you to Nancy Grace too. That was awesome. She did a great job. I really appreciate her a lot. Oh, you're not distracting me, Princess. I'm so glad that you said that or I'm so glad that I got to read that because I don't like to go into things the same over and over in every live. I don't want it to be really boring for you guys or me ranting about the same subject. So this was perfect for this episode. I really appreciate you letting me know about that. I saw the comment. Thank you, Governor Pincus. Thank you so much. And then Wiley B too. Wiley B, did I miss it up here? Let me look. Sometimes they go too far up and then Wiley B says, hi, remember SF is getting paid largely to investigate or debunk the facts. Lower level people gather in groups, apparently. By the way, Halloween is my favorite. Dressing in character, love scary movies. Me too. Thank you. I love Halloween. Love Halloween. And then his eye says, CP and KP are not looking for Sebastian. You can't search for something when you already know where it is. And that's absolutely true. Minnie, it's absolutely true. And who said that? It was on, Peter Hyatt saying that Katie holds the key and that you don't look for something if you know where it is. And it's just true. It's just true. Donna says, I can't stand SF. I'd rather poke my own eyes out than listen to him. Oh my goodness. Oh, thank you so much, Princess, for that. And then I saw another really great comment. Hey, VM, good to see you. And it was MCE says, lady, I just seen Sebastian's missing person case and all the kinds of drama started in. I stopped until September, so I'm still learning, but a PI to degrade a parent is sickening, in my opinion. I think so too. And then also to come out with like some funny videos or whatever debunking a piece of evidence or a probable piece of evidence. We do know that there were people walking through the common area. That has been stated since March 17th. Now, I don't see why anyone would have a reason to lie about this. Obviously, the last time Sheriff Craddock came out and talked about this, he said that he's not going to say either way whether it's going to play a role later. He said that at the time, he didn't think there was any evidentiary value to the video. However, he wasn't going to discount it either. And I will say that that is smart. I feel like he should have went with that same gusto when they originally found out that Sebastian was missing. Thank you, Governor Pincus. That is so sweet. I really appreciate you. And Natalie says, this is the other comment. This is so good. And didn't SF say otherwise on Lore Lodge? He did. He did say otherwise on Lore Lodge. And he said, quote, he knows the two people in the car. He said that. He said that on Lore Lodge. Now, all of a sudden, no one was anywhere behind the house. WTF is wrong with people. Ridiculous. I know, it is ridiculous. And it's just like, do you think that we didn't remember? That's a hell of a memory you got there, Natalie. Because, yeah, that's absolutely true. Absolutely true. Brandy and Indy says, SF is being paid to be CP's voice, in my opinion, not Sebastian's voice. I agree. And Chris said that he picked him. Chris didn't say that. SF said that Chris picked him as the basically as the PI. He didn't say that Katie and Chris sat down and decided to hire him. What he said is that Chris got a hold of him and they spoke about it and Chris hired him. Katie is also on the paperwork and he is fighting for Sebastian. And I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that one bit, especially not coming out saying some wild stuff like that. Even when Chloe P.I. had information that may have been important in understanding more elements of the case when it comes to family dynamics, she refrained from saying that on Web Sleuths because she didn't want to cause trouble. And so and probably because she was being threatened by Chris, possibly maybe she was thinking that Chris was a good person or something like that, because we do know that SF and Chloe know each other and have worked together before. But besides that, she didn't do that. She didn't put that information out. So what on earth is he going to accomplish by doing this besides causing more trouble? And I think it's just extremely rude to do to a person who is trying to find their son. And Star says, Natalie, right? When SF could get a sentence out, it sounded like BS. Yeah, it was like word salad, semantics. Oh, well, Aiden would ask him a question about the house. And he would, because obviously Katie had to go upstairs or above the garage to the bonus room to look for Sebastian. If she said she looked all around the house, everywhere in the house, closets, everywhere, and she said it happened in 1 minute flat and 3 minutes in another video or interview, excuse me. I don't see how she could have possibly done that fast in either scenario, either 1 minute flat or 3 minutes. I just don't see it happening. Their house is a decent sized house, and then it has the bonus room above the garage. And instead of him saying, yes, Katie searched the entire home, he was like, well, they don't have a 2-story house. It's a ranch style home. And he's like, yeah, but there's a room above the garage, right? I mean, so it's semantics, and it's all to confuse the situation rather than help the situation, in my opinion. Hey, Scranton Strangler, good to see you. And Margaret says, and why would you leave your home? Because Sebastian could have come home if he ran away, or he could have come home anyway. People need to stop getting angry with Seth. I agree with that, Margaret. I wouldn't want to leave the house. I would think that he would come home. If I really thought that he had run away, I would be hoping every day that he came home. If he was taken, I would be hoping every day somebody would let him go and he would escape. In true crime, we see that a lot. There are a lot of people that are survivors. There's a couple of shows out there, and I can't think of them off the top of my head, but they're on Netflix, they're on Hulu. You can just go to the true crime and watch a whole bunch of them. And people will be telling their stories, and they'll show reenactments of what happened. There's a lot of women that I've seen personally just on these shows. And they get out of a situation, they escape somebody. So they're being held in somebody's, for lack of a better way to say it, whatever basement. There's been sheds these women are held in, and they have an opportunity and they get out. So what if Sebastian found an opportunity to get out and he's running down the side of the road and someone picks him up and it happens. It happens. Stevie Stainer is another one. Stevie Stainer was a little boy who was taken from by his school. He was walking home from school and he was abducted. And 7 years later, he returned home. So I don't know why she wouldn't stay there. I really don't. Hey, Silver Penny, replay crew. She says, I only follow you on this case. Oh, well, thank you, Silver Penny. I love your facts perspective. I am very invested in this case. Thank you. I'm so glad to hear that. And I'm very close to the area. Oh, that's wonderful. Yeah, it's so you have to be just scared. You're probably scared, not knowing what the heck is going on. I mean, I'm sure the community members are. I know there was a lot of talk like, oh, it's no big deal. They're just mad about, all of the drama in the neighborhood and things like that. All of the maybe more attention in the neighborhood. And I think that there is a little bit of that, but I don't think there is a whole lot of it. I think people are more worried, concerned, scared. Maybe if some people might think that he was abducted, then they're worried about their own kids. Can we let our kids play in the yard? What's going to happen if they're on the internet? Things like that. which it's always good to reevaluate safety. Brenda says, I can't believe a woman could pick a man over her child. I agree with that, Brenda. I do feel like there is a fair amount of that. I also want to show you all the reels because last night I couldn't really tell. It was really difficult for me to make heads or tails, but I do want to show you all this because this is really interesting and something that I never really caught before. I always kind of thought it was a little bit of maybe like bags under your eyes, you know, like when you don't get a lot of sleep, you will get kind of like droopy eyes and, you know, you'll have like dark circles. But this wasn't like that when I went in and looked really close at what was Katie's interview with Reels, and she was by herself in this interview. It was about a 3-minute long interview. So we're going to look at that because it makes me wonder about their situation, about the dynamics in the home. Teresa, good to see you. Teresa says fashion photographer, aka SF, needs to take his camera and go back, start taking pictures, or excuse me, start taking photos of young teens. Oh, it's so awful. He was doing that like thing with his hands when he was talking about that. He was reminiscing in a very creepy way, in my opinion. And she says, Stevie, some of us know all about you, always interviewing, or excuse me, always intervening into missing child's cases. Yeah. And he did that with Kylie Rodney. I do remember that. I do remember that. MCE, that's right. SF did say he knew who was in the car, and now he is saying no one was there. It cannot be both. SF, truth, please, in my opinion. Absolutely. And I don't know why he won't just show the clip. Again, it would help his clients out. It would help ease the public's worry, but he's not. And if he wants to debunk the photo, he needs to debunk the photo. I'm all ears. I really am. I'm all ears. Scranton Stringler says, you sound good on Nancy. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. Oh my gosh. I wish I would have done like a little bit more editing. That video I put out so fast and I was like, oh, but thank you. Thank you very much. I'm my biggest critic. I really am. Dom, good to see you. Dom says, I honestly don't even pay attention to SF because he's irrelevant, right? He is irrelevant. And I think maybe that's why he's so loud and banging his drum, is because he wants to be more relevant, but everybody just kind of, I mean, anybody that watched the Lore Lodge interview with him, I think that really put things into perspective with me. I have watched him on other platforms. Like I've watched him on Nancy Grace. I watched him on Web Sleuths before as well. And he didn't do that. So what that tells me is that when he's asked obviously directly about his clients, it gets him really nervous and he doesn't know what to say. And he is just going to say, as you all were saying earlier, the same thing that his clients want him to say or what he's being paid to say. So, aw, Machete, you're so cute. Thank you. Governor Pincus says, same individual goes on Smiley's. Oh, I think I know who you guys are talking about. Aw, thank you, Sandy. Gracie says, if SF has so much footage, where is the video from the front? Play it all. Yes, Gracie, I agree with that 100%. Why not just play it? I mean, if you have it, play it. It's not going to hurt anything at this point. If there's nothing in it, if there's absolutely nothing in it, what does it hurt to play it? It's not going to bother anything. But they don't have that. They don't have it. And that's the problem. And if they do, they can edit it like they did with the Dr. Scholl's video that they thought was so cute. Just put out the real deal. And he would gain so much more respect, and people would probably say thank you to him if he put something out there of substance instead of like this is so ridiculous. It's sad. It's sad. I lost it now. Hold on. It's just sad. It's a sad little scene at 3:06 in the morning. And we have to take these houses out like we don't know where the Proud Feet live. because I'm assuming that's their house that's here. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm assuming that back through there is their house. Or maybe it's coming from the other camera direction. I'm not sure. It doesn't even indicate where it's coming from. Let's just put it that way. He could have got this from anywhere. He could have went over there and snapped that. Chris could have went over and snapped the picture for him and sent it over. I mean, come on. If you're going to show evidence, back it up. Elizabeth says, yeah, what kidnapper would run back to the home? Exactly. And that's the whole problem for me, is that even with the Pinchot video, he's awesome. That was a great reenactment, I thought. I thought that was something that he could even get put on, a public platform like Nancy or somebody like that, because he just does such a wonderful job of the accuracy of all of it. But that is my only I think there's two, we talked about it last night, but no one going back is the problem, because we do see that light source go back. There's no way that could have been doctored really in any way. And I don't think Nick Barris would do that. I mean, he was just trying to get that information out. So, hey, Island, good to see you. Good to see you, Monzy Smoke. Trishy, good to see you. Kaika, looking into the lady that works for Chris and was at court with him and videoing and harassing Betty at the vigil, called Texana Fernandez. Yeah, lives in Texas. Yeah, that lady is batty. I know what happened at that vigil, and that lady was being told to leave because she was being outright a jerk. You don't go to the vigil that a family's holding for a child who's missing and cause trouble and videotape things, and they ask you not to videotape it, and you want to throw a fit. Like, that's the kind of things that I don't understand in this case, because it's not typical to hear about these kinds of things. There are things that are typical in these cases, but this one is just not one of them. Hey, Julie, good to see you. So it's just it's not one of them. Those are things that we just don't see. People showing up and causing trouble at a child's vigil. It's just absolutely bonkers. And then there's also people that threaten to do that kind of thing. Like, Clue McNasty, she's over there saying, oh, am I invited to the vigil? Well, hell no, you're not invited. Don't go over there causing trouble either. But we know she will. We know that they'll drive past there. And in my opinion, that's harassment and stalking. It just is. Why would you go someplace where you're not welcome? And why would you go to a child's vigil and ruin it? It's and you said that you're friends with the family on the other side of the aisle. That is just, I mean, it makes absolutely no sense. It just doesn't. I'm sorry. There's nothing that makes sense about that. Let them do their vigil. Stay away. Just be normal. That's the normal, rational way to handle things. I mean, I hope everybody, I hope we can all agree on that, at the very least. But Princess Buttercup says, thank you, everyone. I appreciate you too, and everyone who works hard on this case and supports Sebastian being found and justice. Absolutely. That's very well said. Thank you so much. And Natalie said, it's so ridiculous that they try and say, how can you do this to your son? Do what exactly? Get him national spotlight? Advocate for his son to be located? Makes me so mad. Me too, Natalie. I just can't. Like, it really is upsetting to me, and I don't understand it one bit, except for except for the fact that the Proud Feet are trying to stir the pot because they're not doing the right thing. So of course they're going to say bad things about Seth when he is doing the right thing. And that's what I was talking about too earlier with the jealousy and the, envy, I guess we can say, because I have the list up there. They're envious of what he's doing when all they need to do is do the same thing. There's no doubt in my mind that if Katie and Chris went to their public places that they frequent, their church, say they like to hang out at a pool hall or a bar or something like that, a restaurant that they frequent, I'm sure that if they went in there and said, we would like to hold a vigil for our son, or a park, a big park, something like that, they can get a permit for it, people would be there would be an outpouring of support and love, and because for Sebastian, because that's who it's about. But they have yet to do that, and instead they send people like Clue McNasty and Clutoris there to stir the pot and cause trouble. And to me, that's absolutely bonkers. I just don't understand that. Oh, Kaika, I love Shay. I love Shay and the song that she puts in her videos for them. Oh, she is so good. The song is so good too. Hey, Forget Me Not, good to see you. I saw Julie in here. Hi, Tisha. Good to see you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Welcome in, and I'm glad. Welcome into everyone too. If I don't catch your comment or say hello to you, I really appreciate everyone coming in. Hey, Mom of 3 boys, good to see you. Lolo, good to see you. Ooh, ice cream is good. It's kind of hot today over here. Well, it's in the night. I usually wear the cardigan, but it's like, I wonder if I shouldn't have, because, hey, I am too, Bear. Good to see you. Brandy. Brandy and Indy says, a blind man can see what's going on here. In my opinion, I can't believe it's still going on during a missing child investigation. It makes me so physically sick. No substance, excuse me, in anything SF spews. None of it. It just doesn't make any darn sense. And then also, why show us 306? And if you're going to show us something, please show us a video, please. And I can't remember who said it earlier, but they said it, really well. Yeah, show it. Island says, question, the video of the flashlight is a clip from the original video. If so, has anyone come out with the full video, or is it the only video that came out? It seems that there are 2 videos in the and then also the trash. Right. So my understanding of where the photo came from off of, my understanding is that there was this flashlight video that was leaked by Nick Barris, March 17th, 2024. And in that video, he cropped it up. So it was a full video that we see in, I have a photo of Pincho's, because he did such a, guys, shout out to Pincho. He did a great job. He did a freaking awesome job. I was very impressed. I'm still impressed, if you can't tell. But like, if we look at this, for instance, and let me pop this down. I apologize, guys. Sorry about that. Sammy, good to see you. Good to see you. All right. So in this one, this is like the full view of the flashlight video, right? So this would be what we're seeing in the whole entire video. It is being filmed from the garage camera above these cars. So if you're looking at the left-hand side of your screen on the by the trash cans, you can kind of see them. You have the cars parked in the driveway, and then there's all the way to the left would be the garage doors. Above those garage doors, there was a camera, and it's pointing toward the common area, as you can see. And when Nick Barris leaked the video, what he did was he cropped it out. So he took the top corner, it's the top right-hand corner, and he zoomed in on it. And that is where we get the flashlight video. And it's really neat. Hey, Star, thank you so much for gifting a membership. That was so sweet of you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let me go ahead and see. Julie Slonik says, Sandy, it looks like CP alone carrying Sebastian Rogers. I can't discount that, because Julie, when I first saw it, I honestly thought that it was his arm draped around Chris's neck, if you will, hanging down his, on his shoulder. So I don't know. And if it, let's see, how do I word this? If it is in fact just Sebastian being carried in his arms, and his arm is draped over the side, of him, and he's holding him like that, then it looks like Sebastian is helping, in my opinion, as if, he might not be unalived at that moment, because if his arm is holding on to, his stepdad, then there's a possibility that he could be alive in the photo, that he's kind of helping. If he was not, he might have been carrying him with his arms both at his sides, so to speak. So thank you for your comment. And that, I mean, it could very well be. I'm not sure. And Sandy says, my understanding is the photo came from the Ruckus video. Oh, okay, Sandy. I do not have a photo of that. And I know people were sending it to me too. And I hadn't had a chance to look at it. So, one second here, guys. Oh, Hindsight's video. Hindsight's video. Julie says, hold on one second. Thank you so much, Star. Julie says, at Grace, did you see the Hindsight 2002 enhanced video she posted today? It was like 5 seconds. Ooh, I didn't see it. I did not see that, Julie. Thank you for letting us know about that. That's amazing. Hey, Lizzie, good to see you. Let's see. Sandy, thank you for gifting a membership. If you guys get memberships, make sure you say thank you to Star and Sandy. You guys are amazing. And Julie says, Hindsight's video. Thank you, Julie, for your super chat. Wow. Hey, Bubbly Beth. Good to see you. Good to see you. Oh, you got a membership. All right. Congratulations to our Bubbly Beth. See, Taylor. Good to see you, honey. Hey, Cricket. Women's Warrior. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Let me go ahead and see if I can't find Hindsight's Paper 04 man. Good to see you and welcome in. In my opinion, KP is by CP's left shoulder. Right behind him, her head is there. Lil Red, I need her. I need her permission. I don't want to bother her though, because I've already asked for her permission. So if I do it once, I don't keep bugging. Unless I'm really in need of it, then I might, ask nicely again. But she is on vacation. I don't want to bug her. But she has one that I swear, guys, it looks like a person's face behind CP. And it's very possible that let me see if she might have put it. Let me see if she might have put it. Thank you, Gracie. Thank you so much. Uno memento here. She might have even put it on her YouTube channel, which is very possible. I have YouTube in a different spot on this. I'll go ahead and look for that. And we'll play the next clip. And let's see. One thing I wanted to talk about really, really quick, guys. I'm sorry, I got off kilter there for a second. Excuse me. Seth said that he never was, Seth said that law enforcement never fully explained the flashlight video to him. So with that being said, I remember him saying that on Pascal. I do remember him saying that they explained to him that it was a trash truck, garbage truck, whatever we want to call it, either or. I don't remember him ever claiming that he was fully satisfied with what law enforcement told him. And SF doesn't think it's a trash truck. The general public doesn't think it's a trash truck. I don't know very many people who ever did think it was a trash truck. There were maybe few people that, obviously we want to believe what law enforcement tells us, but they don't have to tell us the truth. And so in that sense, law enforcement lied to Seth about it, in my opinion, because they were trying to tell him that it was only a trash truck. And so there's that. And then also, Justin said that the lights came from behind the home, and I kind of wanted to show you all really quick. So give me one moment here. I forgot. I was looking at it on my phone, but I have it up here. I just pulled it. But like when you look right here, the path that they would take to get to a car that would be parked in the middle of all the way on the right hand side of the photo in the road there, because we're talking about the car that pulled in, the same one that backed onto Kellen and then left the neighborhood. It would be parked somewhere over here. Now there is a direct route from the back of their home through the common area to the vehicle. And then I also wanted to point out one thing too. There is a black truck that is sitting right there. Could this be the reason why in this photograph we see what appears to be not necessarily a good view of it, but it looks like a truck, right? Presumably in front of the people. Could that be from across the street because of the way the camera angle and view is? I don't know. But I did find it curious when we look at this enhanced video from Pincho that there is a truck right there. So was the vehicle pulled up a little bit further up onto Stafford Court? Makes me wonder, because it would have to be in the view of that camera. So without being a super smart guy, like how Pincho is really great, right? So maybe he could say if that couldn't be a possibility, or if it could be. It was just a thought, and I found it to be just pretty odd that that's kind of what we're seeing there. So but let me look and see if I can find the photo on Lil Red. I don't want to post it without her permission, because I know it's hard work to edit and enhance these photos. Give me one moment here.
Another theory in the search for Sebastian remains out there. But regarding this that we saw from our friends at Lady Freedom on YouTube, Justin Jensen, you and I have poured over the enhanced video over and over and over. And it's like an X-ray or an MRI. You need an expert to dissect it and interpret it. As you have poured over it, time after time after time, along with Lady Freedom, what do you see?
I see very similar, in my opinion, to what Lady Freedom sees. It appears that there is two individuals with carrying something. Now, what that is, I have no idea. This is speculation, but they are around a car or a truck of some sort. From sources, they say that this appears to be a sedan. In their opinion, local neighbors have spoken out and said so.
Whoops, sorry guys. Oh, I clicked the wrong button there. I apologize.
Another theory in the search for Sebastian remains out there. But regarding this that we saw from our friends at Lady Freedom on YouTube, Justin Jensen, you and I have poured over the enhanced video over and over and over. And it's like an X-ray or an MRI. You need an expert to dissect it and interpret it. As you have poured over it time after time after time, along with Lady Freedom, what do you see?
I see very similar, in my opinion, to what Lady Freedom sees. It appears that there is two individuals with carrying something. Now, what that is, I have no idea. This is speculation, but they are around a car or a truck of some sort. From sources, they say that this appears to be a sedan. In their opinion, local neighbors have spoken out and said so. Nancy, I wanted to talk about the common area when you was talking to Seth just a moment ago. The common area, it was a term that was first used by a local reporter. All it is a few neighbors' backyards. They're all private property that is just a few backyards, and these individuals were walking through these backyards during the 3 a.m. time.
In the last days, we learn about a tip that was hunted down. Listen.
Dog the Bounty Hunter joined the search for Sebastian in September and immediately started getting tips after adding $100,000 reward money for information. A tip comes into the team about a possible sighting of Sebastian Rogers at a Motel 6 in Goodlettsville. Minutes after the tip is called in, a team of licensed investigators and contractors take action. A boy matching the description of Sebastian is seen walking into a Motel 6 room, and investigators call 911 immediately to get police on the way while the team stands by watching the room.
Seth Rogers, were you aware of the Motel 6 tip?
Yes, ma'am.
Did they tell you when it was happening?
No, they told me shortly after.
What were you told?
That there was a tip. It was at the Motel 6, and that there were people there observing, waiting for law enforcement to show up.
Tony Mathis, what happened with the Motel 6 tip?
As they said, we had a team of people there watching, making sure that the suspected person that looked like Sebastian did not leave or was not taken out of there. Law enforcement came, talked to the family, and turned out it was another similar look-alike, but was not related to Sebastian.
Seth Rogers, you state that tips are coming in every week. What does it do to you to chase down a tip with your team and hit another dead end? How do you keep doing it?
With every tip that comes in, we have to track it down. We won't know if Sebastian's at the end of the tip until we do. The only goal is to find Sebastian.
Yeah, you see me branch around it. There was a few footprints in some of the softer dirt headed straight this way on the track that he was running. 1247, what kind of shooters they were? Size 10. 12 to any units that are going to be assisting with 1008. Please come to 1008 Stafford Court now, please.
When Sebastian Rogers first went missing, tips were pouring in, footprints allegedly were found. There was talk that there had been the hit of a canine, possibly rendering information. Tonight, where is Sebastian? The search and the heartbreak seemingly never ending as new enhancement of video of home surveillance takes the center stage. Tonight, we learned that there are multiple theories, two in particular, as to what happened to Sebastian. Listen.
There are multiple theories on what could have happened to Sebastian Rogers, but two seem the most likely. One is that Sebastian left in the trash. This is based on a search of a Kentucky landfill where garbage from his neighborhood was taken and dumped. The second working theory is centered around a video showing what appears to be flashlights being carried by what appears to be two individuals in the backyard of Sebastian's home at 3:10 a.m. the Monday he was reported missing. The theory is the flashlights were two people working together and carrying Sebastian to a vehicle 3 hours and 20 minutes before he is reported missing.
Straight out to Sebastian's father, Seth, joining us, and you can find him and the very latest at Seth Rogers, Sebastian's father, on YouTube. Seth, what and when were you told? What were you told and when were you told that Sebastian was missing?
I was told on the 26th when I returned a phone call to Chris.
And you were told what?
That he was missing. That there were police all over at the house.
What did you do?
I headed straight to his mom's house. He was missing.
When you got there, what did you observe?
There were search vehicles with dogs and stuff in them. There was law enforcement everywhere.
What did the Proudfoots tell you?
That Katie woke up and he was missing.
At that time, where was the stepfather, Chris Proudfoot?
From my understanding, it was in Mississippi. Katie told me that when she woke up Monday morning that he wasn't in his room and she can't find him. When I got off of work, I had a text message from the stepfather, Chris, and he told me that Sebastian was missing.
Okay, guys, I was just looking at this video that Sandy sent over for, well, it's a good one, of course, because it's from Spirit Seeker Squad. She does an amazing job. I think really what sticks out the most to me in this clip is the fact that Seth says every tip that they get, they follow it till the end just to see if Sebastian is at the end of that tip. And he says that we don't know until we explore every option about that tip if it's going to be a good or a bad lead or tip. And that has to be so exhausting and frustrating because you have the excitement of having a new tip, but then sometimes it will lead you down a rabbit hole, or it might just be debunked right away. And so it's just instant nothing burger, frustration, disappointment, etc. And then the longer ones that maybe seem like they might have something, but then you go down the twists and turns and you realize this is actually nothing. I think that probably has to be even harder. Of course, taking up more time, which is so valuable to the case. So very valuable. Hey, Native Girl, good to see you. Hey, Lizzie, good to see you. Cindy, nice to see you. And Jilly, good to see you. Aw, thank you. I know it was good, Cricket. I was really proud. The first time I heard about it, I told my Missouri mom. My mom passed away in '06, but I was lucky enough to meet someone else that was, or that is, like a mom to me. And I sent, I'm like, you guys are gonna make me cry now thinking about it. But I sent it to her and she was so excited. And then, of course, my daughter, because I do want to make my daughter proud, and it just means the world to me. I did not want to send them the interview because I never received the clean copy until about an hour before the live tonight. I was not sending my mom a copy of the filth. So, and especially goes for my daughter. I just respect them too much to make them listen to such nastiness. But I was able to get it, thankfully, through Grace's gavel, and she sent it over to me. She thought I already had it, but I did not. And then I went ahead and got it all, planned out for you guys and everything. Joseph Rapp, thank you so much, Joseph Rapp, for your super chat. Thank you. That was so sweet of you. Aw, you guys are awesome. Hey, Holly S., thank you so much. Thank you for the super chat. I really appreciate that so much. So much. You guys are awesome. Hey, Tinks. Thanks for the green hearts there. Sebastian strong, guys. We just got to keep Sebastian strong. And I know it's hard. I get sucked into drama and get mad. And see, Taylor, you guys witnessed me. That was the first time, obviously, I've ever seen that the X or the tweet or whatever. I don't know what to call it now that it's like X, but I guess you still tweet out things. And John Q, sorry, double Q's, but just spelled differently. Thank you for being here. We just don't know what time Sebastian took out the garbage. KP doesn't mention what time either. Yes, I believe that too. Salute to everyone. I agree with that as well. Thank you for the green hearts. Yeah, the thing is we don't know. What we can kind of assimilate from it, though, because I think law enforcement was saying it was around 7 o'clock, but they didn't get home. They got home like around probably 6:45-ish, 6:50, because any route that you take home from the Texas Roadhouse, JLR did the 3 routes, and they were each about 15 minutes long. So if they leave the Texas Roadhouse around 6:30, it'll put them at home around, sometime before 7. I wouldn't assume that they would go right in and he'd hurry up and take the trash out. So it might have been maybe closer to like 7:15, 7:30. And then according to Katie, excuse me, he goes into his room and plays for a little while before he goes to bed at around 9 o'clock. So, and that's just going from what Katie says, right? We don't actually know. But that's a great point, John Q. We don't know. We just don't know. Yeah, Gracie, Justin did a great job on Nancy Grace. He really did. He did a fantastic job. I think he's done interviews before, from what he said earlier in his live. I wasn't able to stay the whole time, of course. But it was, he was very professional, and you can tell that he is polished at this type of, this interviewing, because I don't know, I might have been very, very, very nervous. And I'm sure everybody gets nervous if you're meeting with Nancy, but she's very warm. She's, in my opinion, I know that she can get very, very brash, which is a good thing. It's a good thing. You have to be tough, especially as a woman, in that arena, in that space. And so she's just the queen of true crime. I mean, there's just no two ways about it, in my opinion. And so Cal Gal says, where is Sebastian? But she still has that warmth, and she also has a compassion from experience. because she did lose her husband. Well, excuse me, he was her fiance at a very young age, tragically. And so he was red rummed. And so she is in the pursuit of justice. She always has been for everyone in every case that she encounters. She was also a prosecutor. So just a very well-rounded woman and someone to look up to. And Cricket says, I don't know what all the big deal is from all, excuse me, like all of the creators being negative about it. I mean, there was a lot of that, and I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh, okay, maybe it's because, new girl in the cafeteria here, you can't sit with us at lunch, kind of thing. That's a Mean Girls quote if you guys have never seen that one. But, it kind of one of those things where they were upset. But, the thing is that we all can speculate. I was interested to hear what some people had to say about it. I understand that, because I'll be honest, when I first saw the flashlight video, I was like, are we looking at UFOs traveling through space? What are we looking at, right? And even with the photo. And so I think that I was curious to know what other people were saying. But of course, sometimes they were just making fun of just, the outline. So understandably, okay, I'm right there with them. They were kind of saying, is this, and I said it too when I was presenting it. But remember the Jesus and the toast, when it really looks like Jesus. I thought it looked like Jesus. I mean, maybe you guys can tell me how you feel about it. But I did. I was like, oh, I see it. So sometimes people don't have the imagination to kind of see those items. Some people do. Or the magic eye, when you just pull it and then pull it away, you can see the image, right? Our eyes are magnificent, and they do, they are open to perspective and perception, right? Because we're all going to perceive things differently as we take the information in and our brain processes it through. Thank you, John QQ. And Sandy says, you're reaching the big time. Aw, that's cool. I've seen John around in the community. I know, that's really cool. I know. I agree. Thanks, Sandy. Aw, green hearts for Sebastian. Thank you, Panda Bear's mom. Holly S. Oh, thank you, Star. Let me see. Let's go ahead and play this next one. And then at the end of Nancy, I will play Spirit Seeker Squad, because she looks like she did an awesome reenactment here too. I was looking for a program where I could do the little car, and I can't find it. So that was awesome that she did that. So give me 1 second. And let's play this through on number 5.
Straight back out to the spokesperson for Sebastian's father, Seth Rogers, Tony Mathis. In order to get a warrant to search a dump site, very often the landfill will just give you permission, but crossing T's and dotting I's, often there is a backup warrant in case they say no. So there had to be PC probable cause to search that landfill.
Correct.
What, if anything, do you know? What led them to that landfill?
Nancy, that was before I got involved in helping Seth, but I just have a couple of responses to that. One, I don't think there is such thing as a precautionary measure to get a PCA to search a landfill. And the other thing that I'll tell you is that I do believe that law enforcement knows a lot that they're not sharing with the public, and I believe they're working very hard. They've got a lot of evidence, and they will figure this out.
Well, I agree with that, but I want to specifically look at the theory behind the landfill search. We all know that for there to be a warrant, there has to be a probable cause affidavit. Law enforcement can't just search your home or your car unless you're taking off in it, or a business or a landfill without a warrant. That's under the Constitution, 4th Amendment, guaranteed. To get a warrant, LA law enforcement must go before a magistrate or judge. They work 24/7. You can even get them over the phone. There has to be an affiant. Typically, law enforcement, an agent, an officer swear under oath to probable cause that supports that search. The judge will determine objectively if there is enough probable cause to justify invading a person or a business's privacy. So in order for that search to take place of that dump, of that landfill, There has to be PC. What led them to that landfill? To Justin Jensen joining us, host of YouTube channel Clutch Them Pearls. What can you tell us about the landfill search?
So you make a great point, Nancy, right? There has to be probable cause. The only thing that I could think of would be something related to the trash truck that ran on the 26th Monday early hours around 5 a.m. The trash truck runs very early in that neighborhood. It is also seen on camera. So, did they see something, coming out of the house? It's, anyone.
Okay, you know what? Let me follow up on that. Today, Moyer joining us from Georgia Canine National Training Center, former deputy K9 with San Bernardino Sheriffs. I imagine with your experience with canines, you have done grid searches at disposal sites or landfills. Question to you. Before you do a search at a dump, you make sure that the trash from a particular location is at that landfill. Isn't that right?
Yes, ma'am, you do. And it's all about the time on target for having the dogs in that environment, because it is wildly contaminated and is incredibly harmful to the dogs. Not to mention the fact it's difficult to actually find the decomposing human odor there, just because there is so much of it there that is actually naturally decomposing. Everything from Band-Aids to tampons to you name it. There's all kinds of stuff in a landfill that I don't really want my dog walking through. Neither do I want to walk through it, but you do what you got to do when you're ordered to do so. So again, that's one of those. It's an incredibly difficult environment, but having participated in several dump searches over the years looking for homicide victims, it is very, very time consuming, and it is an incredibly intricate process.
And tonight we learn that law enforcement possibly reviewing evidence, footage from the Roadhouse restaurant, video where Sebastian and his mother were eating. Listen.
Security video and still photos taken in the parking lot and inside the Texas Roadhouse show a man in a green hoodie coming in close contact with Sebastian Rogers just hours before the 15-year-old vanishes from his home. Internet detectives and social media sleuths have gone into overdrive trying to identify the man and provide the information to law enforcement in an effort to bring Sebastian home, claiming there is new evidence and a potential suspect.
This video from Night Private Agency. At Night Private Agency. A lot of questions have arisen upon re-examination of the Roadhouse video. Let's take a look at it very quickly. Everyone on the panel, please look at your monitors. First of all, it's been noted that when Sebastian does eat, he seems like he is starved. And interesting, we keep seeing Miss Proudfoot on her phone and looking around. If you stay on her, you will see her as if she's meeting someone and over checking her phone. Mom is looking everywhere but across from her. Now, according to internet sleuths, someone else in the restaurant is acting inappropriately. What does that mean? Video cams outside. Look, guys, look at what's happening. Two special guests joining us, Tony Mathis, spokesperson for Seth Rogers. What is it? What is it about a person in a green hoodie that attracted the attention of so many internet sleuths?
Well, Nancy, I think that people are starving for information. I think they were overanalyzing this video. I think we could watch any normal video of a normal situation and find people that don't appear to be acting normal. But we don't believe that anybody in these videos has anything to do with what happened with Sebastian at this point.
I think he was going to say at this point. Sorry, guys. I think that got cut off just a little bit there. So this is really interesting. And just going back to the landfill search that happened after the first 7 days, day 8, we had the scale back of the search, and then they turned it into an investigation, but then they got a warrant, and they had to have gotten a warrant for this. A probable cause affidavit had to be filled out, okayed with a judge. They have to present the evidence of why, right? That's the big thing, why. And the landfill was searched. Now, there is no illegal search and seizures. That's under the 4th Amendment, so that would be a violation. Anything that they would find had they not received the warrant wouldn't be admissible in court. So it's really, really important that they follow the correct procedure and process for this and present the judge with the why so that he can give them the go-ahead to search legally. And I just wanted to say hello to Maui Sun, Lil Red, and Forget Me Not. Lil Red, if you don't mind, I'd like to show the picture that you sent me of one of the enhancements. I know she did some really awesome enhancements. So if you would like, or if you don't mind me showing that, I would love to. So they also talk about how they need to know a location of where the trash was taken to. So if we think about like a big grid or even just like, crisscross, right? So in this quadrant, there might be, trash taken from this area. In this one, there's, this trash was taken from this area. So they know where the trash was dumped and how long ago and everything like that. And so the landfill search, in my opinion, did not last as long as it maybe should have. But I saw some comments in the comments, but obviously for the flashlight video to be true, then it wouldn't have been the trash that was in front of the home or the dumpsters that were in the new phase that was being built. So with that being said, at this juncture, I don't know how important that landfill search was in the grand scheme of things, although I am curious as to what the probable cause affidavit said and what evidence they presented in order to get this warrant. That is very important to me in the grand scheme of things, because there may be a piece of evidence that would fit into the flashlight video, possibly, maybe not. Maybe it was a fruitless search and it was a dead end. As we talked about with the tips, they have to do, a thorough search of these tips and qualifying information and things like that until the end of the tip, and to make sure that it's nothing or that it's something. And so, hey, Jude, good to see you. Good to see you, hon. I hope you're feeling better. And let me see here. Hey, Castle, good to see you. Lil Red says, great. Did we decide the picture is real and that it came from the video? I don't think that we have a good grasp on whether it is or not. I don't want to say yes or no, but I will say the fact that Nancy Grace, looking at the photo with her experience, the other guests on panel, also Justin did a great job of explaining what we were looking at and what the camera view would be and things like that, into the common area. So I think that says a lot, that everyone is looking at this as something that can particularly be important. But in my opinion, I don't want to say it is or it isn't. I'm just speculating on it because I find it to be interesting and I find it to coincide with the flashlight video. It's my understanding that it came from the flashlight video. And I think it's very possible. There is a piece of audio out there. I'm going to spend some more time trying to figure out this audio. It's very difficult. I know that it was sent over to the FBI and things like that. But I would be interested, because I will say there were a few words that I made out in the video, in the audio when they played it. And several creators played it and gave their commentary on it. I did hear someone who appeared to sound like Katie saying Bubba. I did. I also heard someone weeping in the background, which sounded like Katie. And I also heard something about a head and something that who was perceived to be a male voice sounding like Chris. That was my take on it. It's terrifying to think about. And Julie says, Green Hoodie is still so sus, in my opinion. Yeah, it's crazy that what's really suspicious, in my opinion, is that they cleared Green Hoodie so fast without even batting an eyelash. It was like, oh, we talked to him. It's no big deal, so that is very curious to me. Also, just the protesting about Green Hoodie is kind of cause for pause for me. I didn't think it was weird that they necessarily wanted to use the bathroom and that's it. There's been many times where I've been on the road or, you know, in a situation where I've needed to use the restroom and I wanted to an establishment, didn't buy a darn thing and went back there, used the bathroom, washed my hands and left. So I didn't, you know, I didn't stick around. I didn't purchase anything. But what is curious to me is the interaction between Green Hoodie and Katie, the length of the interaction, the look on Sebastian's face during the interaction. And so I just don't know if it was a stranger passing by. It just seemed like that was an encounter that was lingering longer than someone who's just passing by someone that they don't know. So I don't blame you, Julie, for having that thought. Hey, Lizzie. Hey, Sylvester. Good to see you. Pickle Me Elmo. Oh, sorry. Whoop. Oh, there goes my notebook. So Scranton Strangler says Julie Sklonik, sorry. In my opinion, that Green Hoodie person is relevant. So, I mean, you know, and that's another thing that's very much open to interpretation. We don't know, but I think that it's valuable to think about it. If we don't, then we're discounting it, right? But if we do think about it and we really focus on it, we could come to a good conclusion either way, whether it's bad or good, or in terms of information wise, is it good information or is it bad information? That sort of thing. So I Am Two Bear says a warrant isn't needed if permission is granted, that they merely asked permission. Oh, you think they just asked permission? Okay, well that is possible too. And probable. If the landfill, it was the Kentucky landfill that we're referring to, guys. I'm sorry, I should probably give them some background on that. It is the Kentucky landfill that they searched in the beginning, when Sebastian, around the time he first went missing. But you're right, I Am Two Bear. If they just asked for permission and the Kentucky landfill said, sure, go ahead and search it. But I would still think they would get the probable cause affidavit to a judge just to kind of make sure that anything they gather there is under that umbrella of a warrant. I would think, but again, I'm not law enforcement, so I don't know. But thank you for sharing that with us too. And Julie says, yes, so sus. Bubbly Beth, I'm going to see. Lil Red, did you say yes? I'm sorry. I'm so bad with this chat sometimes. Star says, Julie, Green Hoodie's behavior is odd. We don't like people hanging out by our cars like that here. Exactly. It's usually means someone's about to break into it. And that's another thing, Star. Thank you for saying that, because I forgot to mention that as well. It is curious to me that Green Hoodie was kind of lurking around the parking lot, right? It's just a little weird and odd that Green Hoodie is hanging around, not going in to use the bathroom right off the bat. Like if it was somebody that had to use the bathroom, they would, you know, park their car, run in real fast, you know, whatever, in and out. So it is really curious to me that, you know, we have this sketchy person hanging around cars, Green Hoodie person. Yeah, absolutely, Star. Thank you. Castle says definitely sus. I mean, you know, it's definitely something to think about. It's something to think about. And, you know, if anything, and it's nothing, it's nothing. But what if it's something? I mean, that's, I think it's valuable, because if it is something, then that's something that you're going to discount and you're not thinking about it, but it is something. And so I think it's just so valuable to establish whether it is or it isn't, even if it takes you, like Seth said, all the way to the end. And CalGal says, Green Hoodie had a very strong resemblance to KP's mother, in my opinion. I also thought it looked like someone on the Bowersock side as well that had been in trouble and is an SO. So we have a lot of those people in that family on both sides. I'm pertaining to the feet. So it would behoove everyone to really side eye those people because Sebastian was a child. I mean, he's 15, but in the same way, we don't know the threshold, I guess we could say, of what age those creepers like these little children to be. So there's that. You know, it's Sylvester, how you doing, sweetie Julie? Says, let's see. Okay, so Lil Red says, I was able to see a seatbelt, a car door jam, and something sitting in a vehicle with part of the baby's face showing and two people outside the car. The one that I was wanting to show everyone, Lil Red, was the one that looks like a face that was behind Chris's head, for lack of a better way to say it. That one, I completely saw a face in that, and I don't know. But the ones that you were showing me were very well enhanced. Good to see you, Canadian True Crime. Good to see you. Now, Bubbly Beth says they only searched for 2 days. I think they were looking for cameras. You know, and that's the thing too. We don't know what they were searching for. So that's a fantastic point. We don't know if they were searching for items of evidence or if they were searching for Sebastian. So that's 100% a great point, and definitely something to heavily consider, because we don't know what evidence they were looking for or what evidence they had in order to want to look over there. And there was some speculation in the beginning about one of the trash men or ladies. You know, anybody could be a trash person. I guess I'll put it that way. But either way, they don't have to physically pick up the can and dump it. They have an arm that comes up and dumps the trash. And that's according to Bobby, the neighbor. You know, she lives in the neighborhood. She's lived in the neighborhood for a long time. So, and Brandy and Indy says, I think Green Hoodie gave KP a sedative, in my opinion. I hope I'm wrong. You know, part of some of what I've been thinking about lately has absolutely led me down that road too, Brandy. Let's just say, what if Katie isn't involved at all? What if she's scared? Because obviously, if you know what somebody is capable of, that makes the fear greater, right? When you know what the person's capable of, and when you live with the person and you get to know them, the real person, not the representative you met in the beginning, but the person that they truly are, and you know what they're capable of, it can be terrifying, and you can be like, I'm sleeping next to this person, you know? Just like in Crystal's case, Vapor did a video. It was the 3rd installment, and he called it Sleeping with the Enemy. So. Oh, thank you, Lil Red. She says, I'm giving my photos to Lady Freedom and Justin True Crime, like, this is not for me. My channel is reading true crime facts or not book series. Okay, Lil Red, I can respect that. I respect that. Thank you. And that's the thing. Some people might not want to ever speculate on something like this, and I respect that. That's valid to me. It's definitely valid. You know, yes, please drop Lil Red's channel. If you guys have channels, drop them, because we have a good group in here, and you know, that's a good opportunity to do that. Thank you, Hey Jude. Thank you so much for gifting a membership. If you receive a membership from Hey Jude, you make sure you say thank you to her, please. And Designs by 2E. Can you show them? Yes, I will. I surely will. Let's look at them. I wish I could put them up on the big screen. I meant to reach out to you again, Lil Red, but I didn't want to bug you because I knew you were on vacation, and I wanted you to get some good rest and R&R. That's important. especially in this case. Sometimes mentally it can be mental gymnastics. So I can't imagine what the family feels like, and that's on both sides, guys. Oh, this is the one. I'm sorry, but this is the one. Sorry, guys. Let me see if I can. If I could crop it just a little bit. Hold on one second. Gotta find my little thingy. Here we go. Oh, sorry guys. I clicked onto an email I got just now. Oh, photos. Oh, I'm sorry. I keep getting a text message and then I click into the text message. My goodness. Okay, here we go. And this one has a little outline too. But I'm just gonna click on like to the faces that I kind of see. This is interesting, just so you guys can see that. And then I'll revert it back really quick too. And honestly, for all intents and purposes, that debunks my, hand over the shoulder kind of theory that, speculation that I had to begin with. And then here we see the original. It's just so interesting what we can see when we put these color schemes, when these color schemes kind of are broken down. Crazy. Let's see here. Sweet Sativa says, hey, oh, what did Hey Jude say? Hold on, let me see. Let me look. Hey Jude says, hey Gigi. Wiley B says, I saw a different creator zoom in slow GH, green hoodie, excuse me, and it appears to show a hand off between KP and green hoodie, just saying. Yeah, and that's the thing. I'm wondering what, I thought it looked that way too, like as if they were like passing a note in the hallway or something at school. You know how like you didn't want the teachers to know that you were passing a note, so like when you were passing by someone you wouldn't stop completely, really, you just kind of slowly, pass by them and give them, whatever. And that's kind of how I perceived it. So absolutely, Wiley, good point. Hey Jude says, Sweet Sativa, I don't think we know who Green Hoodie is. That's a great point. That is a great point. Hey, little Miss Sharon. That's a great point. And that photo just blew my mind. Oh my goodness. Oh, thank you, C. Taylor. Yeah, go sub up to Little Red, you guys. She's amazing. She's amazing. Maui, that's so sweet of you. And then Sweet Sativa says, exactly, to Hey Jude, we don't know who Green Hoodie is, but yet people were saying she passed. Yeah, so I don't know if people were saying that because CP's sister passed. That's my point exactly. And I know, and I felt so, that was one thing that I felt less comfortable speculating on, was that because I wasn't sure. but I don't think we just do not know. We just do not know. Hey, Jana, is Jana in here? Hey, Jana, good to see you. Good to see you always. Deanna says Nancy does a great job. Nancy does do a great job. She's amazing. She is amazing. Bubbly Beth says, well, how does LE find Green Hoodie 10 months later, questions them and says they're nothing to them? Exactly. And so fast. I mean, so fast. And Bubbly Beth says, but Green Hoodie died the month before. Did they interview a ghost? It shows the lie. Well, and that's the thing too. If it is the same person, I mean, let's just play maybe Russian roulette here. So if it was the family member that had passed away of the Proud Feet, then that would make sense that they're passing each other and saying hello really quick, and maybe that's why it's taking longer. Although I think if you would see your family member, you would stop and chat a little longer than that, and also there wouldn't be that look on Sebastian's face. But yes, if they interviewed him in December and this all happened in November, with this person, rest their soul, then there's something fishy going on. Thank you. Hey, Jude. Thank you for dropping Crystal's link. Guys, or Jana's link. Guys, please go over and check out Justice for Crystal. The page, it's Jana, her sister's page, and she is seeking justice for her sister, Crystal, who was found unalived in her bed. And it is a highly suspicious scenario. I would love for you guys to go and watch my last video that I have. And then also the lives that we had the pleasure of speaking with Jana live. Really good information in there. It tells you a lot. And I'm also coming out with a new video too. So please look out for that. I am going to do kind of a little rewind and tell the story really quick again. A local news channel did a wonderful job, and I'm going to add that in there. But I'll give you all the details just in case you don't know, and then we can follow through with the rest of the story. But it is definitely something that we need to examine, because if this could happen to Crystal, it can happen to anyone. It could happen to any of our family members. Hey, Lori, good to see you. VM, oh, awesome. Little Red. Sylvester says he took blue pills at night. I think Fent got from GH. They are blue. Oh. Okay, I see. I've heard that theory before, Sylvester. And that's a possibility. Again, passing something, handing something off. Keys was another thing that I thought was handed off, was keys. That's what I was thinking more along the lines of. But absolutely, that's another probable scenario, that it could have been something to a sedative, if you will. And MCE says, exactly, lady. Sometimes you just give in for your own safety, in my opinion. Yeah. And I'm not saying it's right, because you don't choose anybody over your children. You just don't do that. But maybe she didn't think that he would ever do it. Thank you, Jana. And Jana says, please support our fight for Crystal and pay $10 for a real-time look into my book I'm writing about her case. See Justice for Crystal McCrory Jones Facebook and TikTok for details. Thank you. And I'll make sure, I'm going to save that. Oh, I lost my notebook a while ago. Sorry, guys. Let me go ahead and write myself a note to do that. Fantastic. And I'll post the link on my community wall too. And thank you so much for being here, Jana. Thank you. So Lil Red says, one thing that bothers me is some folks getting on saying they know for a fact, etc., problem is, no, we don't. We have theories and speculation and what makes sense, but not one piece of fact. I can't agree more, Little Red. I cannot agree more. It's very frustrating when people get so out of sorts about it, because really we are just speculating. And I mean, and the flip side of that is people that are like, no, this is factual, factual, factual. And they're very angry and passionate about it. I get it. But in the same way, we don't know. We really, really don't know. And I think it's important to speculate. Some theories are going to be stronger than others, obviously, but we can't not speculate. We can't not analyze. We can't not go back and reanalyze. Sometimes we hear or see something the first time that we don't the second time. If we step away from it and look back at it, another thing would be the reverse of that. Just like with the photo, I didn't see anything the first time I saw it, but I did the second time. So it's always good to take a second look, a second glance, step back from it, and then look at it again. And it's also like when you're proofreading something, right? The reason why you proofread it is so that way it'll come out, as a finished product better, the best one that you can find. A lot of times people will say, proofread it again, and then go give it to someone else and have them proofread it, right? Because there's a fresh set of eyeballs on it. And that's kind of how the photo worked that's exactly how the photo worked with the collaboration. It was all of us say, okay, take a second look, look at this. What do you see? So absolutely, but nothing factual. Castle says Katie's not scared. And I go back and forth. I really do. I'm like, yes, no, it's that, to me, that's another part where it's hard for me, and so I see that in Seth too, especially in the beginning. I think now he's coming to terms with a little bit more things because he knows more information, but I was like that too at first. I wanted, I didn't want to believe it. I didn't want to believe a mom would do it, right? But we know that happens. So it's very hard. But I do think it's fair to look at it from every different perspective and point of view, and not just get on one track and straight down the tunnel. Don't use tunnel vision. Make sure your peripheral vision is up and ready and looking all over in different directions. So, and C. Taylor, good to see you. C. Taylor says, but in December of 2024, KP played a part in the fiasco with F and Nina. Yes, I'm not sure she's scared, in my opinion. Well, and also, that's true. That is so true. And it seemed like she was taking joy in it, right? Because according to Nina, she was laughing. She was Facebook Living it. I don't know who is that mean, but there are people that are very mean out there, unfortunately. Unfortunately, they're taking joy in other people's pain and sorrow, and they could see that they had terrorized Nina, in my opinion, and they were getting off on it, so to speak. Again, my opinion. But sometimes when you watch other people get mistreated, it's kind of why people participated in the Holocaust, right? I mean, and this is an extreme example, but it's the first one that came to my head. They don't want it to be them, right? So as long as it's not them, if you can't beat them, join them. As long as they're not the ones that are being harmed, because if they don't comply, then they'll be harmed, right? And so if you have that fear, that's what I'm stuck on right now with Katie. If you have that kind of fear, and this is an if, it's a speculation, then it's almost like I'm glad it's not me, and so if I'm with them, then they're not against me. And it's very manipulative. And this fear-based conditioning, so to speak, is very powerful. especially if you know what the other person's capable of and you've seen the other person do that to someone else, then you know that they could possibly do it to you and not bat an eyelash. And so I'm just trying to gauge that as well. But thank you so much, C. Taylor. I mean, there's no doubt I can't argue that. And Lolo says, in my opinion, KP is the one who over medicated Sebastian, and the thud is real and is how he, yeah, she knew he was out. Yeah, I can see that as a very probable, and then also just the way that that noise, another thing that gives me pause about that is the way that the noise was changed and it progressively got worse. So at first we heard Sebastian was messing around in his room kind of thing. And, I heard something in there, but that's normal. I mean, he was messing around. I told him get to bed, and that's typical. I didn't see anything wrong with the parenting style there, although he does have special needs. So I think that she needed to be more proactive, more caring, concerned, and yeah, just show more care and concern about him because of that. But then it started turning into there was a loud noise. And then when they went on Nancy, she said, just a thud, just a thud. And Nancy's like, a thud, and I'm sure she had watched those interviews before that. And she's like, wait a minute, you just said there was a noise in his room, as if he was playing and you heard something, or as in maybe he was trying to sneak around and something dropped because he was in the dark. And you know what I mean? But a thud makes it sound like someone fell, in my opinion. So Sweet Sativa says, I think Katie is also on the spectrum, in my opinion, of course. I thought about that too at first, especially when she was doing the self-soothing, the rocking back and forth and things like that. Because I knew that Sebastian had autism or had a recent diagnosis. And then also the chromosome deletion and the pocket of fluid on his brain. I was thinking that maybe that was passed down from either of his parents, but Katie especially because of how she was acting. But then we see her not doing those behaviors in subsequent interviews. So it's very hard to tell. And also you cannot tell by looking at a person that they're on the spectrum. Sometimes you can't even really tell that they're on the spectrum by talking to them. It's something where if you get to know them, then you could probably realize that. Or if if you're familiar with the spectrum, then you can probably pinpoint it a lot easier. But with that being said, you can't just look at a person and say, oh, that person's autistic. Now, when we look at someone who has Down syndrome, they do have certain features that are prevalent or across the board, and so you can look at someone and tell if they have Down syndrome, but you can't do that with someone who has or it's more difficult to do that because it's more behavior. Hey Faye, it's more behavior based autism in the spectrum, right? Because these children are basically social and emotional dysregulation issues, things like that. So, and then of course, they get overstimulated. So you may see a meltdown or something like that, and then understand that a child of 15 is over that kind of thing, right? You don't typically have meltdowns when you're 15 because you're maturing and you have matured more. With children that have autism, they simply cannot help it. It's like nails on a chalkboard, right? And they're just so overstimulated that they can't handle it. It's not their fault. It's not their fault. And they deserve compassion and love and to be in a safe space. And I don't think that Sebastian had that. Ah, there you go, Little Red. Thank you. You guys are amazing. All right, guys. Oh, I will. Hey, Jude. Thank you. All right, guys. I'm going to go play this next clip, so just bear with me here. Which number? Oh, okay. It flipped over.
point.
Seth, do you believe the Roadhouse video shows anything inappropriate or odd from someone in a green hoodie?
It does seem odd. Law enforcement has verified that individual and their story. I find it odd behavior for anybody to be hiding behind somebody's vehicle.
What was the odd behavior, Seth?
Just being behind somebody's vehicle like that shouldn't be there. I mean, I was raised you would move out of people's way.
Crime Stories with Nancy Grace. One lead after the next seemingly ends up in a dead end. This as demands for polygraphs go on. I know this. I know Seth Rogers has taken a polygraph. Listen, have the two of you taken a polygraph?
I have.
I have not.
Would you be willing to?
I've offered and volunteered on many occasions to take a polygraph, and I was told directly by law enforcement because of my whereabouts, I did not need one.
I understand. Ms. Proudfoot, did you pass your polygraph?
I did.
Do we know to either Tony, Seth, or Justin whether the Proudfoots took a polygraph?
Well, Chris, he said he wasn't going to do a polygraph. He actually said he was going to do a polygraph on your show. He said name the time and place. And then I guess he later backed out and said TBI had told him not to do a polygraph. However, Seth did a polygraph for you on your show. We did email the caseworker on Sebastian's case, is the detective who has been the detective for the last 11 months. He did state, because last time on your program, Chris had said that he could not give you exact dates that he was in the home. The detective had emailed me back and stated that Chris could give any dates he wanted.
And did that happen? Did he give those dates?
He has still not given dates that he was in the home, around the home, from the 1st of February onward until the morning Sebastian went missing.
To Ken Schull joining us, polygraph examiner and former head of the entire FBI program in D.C., former special agent with the FBI. You can find him at Ken at Kendall Investigation Polygraph and Private Investigators. Ken, you performed the polygraph on Seth Rogers. What happened?
My questions reference whether or not he had anything to do with the disappearance of Sebastian, and if he was involved in any way in the disappearance. I did the polygraph test, asked all the questions, total I think 3 times, maybe 4 times. And he said no to both those questions, and he clearly passed the test, in my opinion. He was telling the truth.
Joining us now, special guest, Courtney Lasky, board-certified behavior analyst and autism expert. You can find her at True North Behavioral Consulting. Courtney, thank you for being with us. Courtney, we are sifting through new leads, new enhanced video, and also looking back at everything we know. Much has been made of how Sebastian may act due to his autism. If Sebastian is alive now, which is everyone's prayer, he may not understand how to get back home.
Absolutely. This case has just weighed on my heart, worrying about Sebastian. I know that from past videos and hearing Mr. Rogers speak, we know that he does have a deficit in that communication and his social skills. And like you mentioned, if he is with someone new, if he is out of his routine, that will be severely affected, and we could see a further regression in those skills. He might not be able to communicate his identity, where he should be, and who he should actually be with.
If anyone believes that they see Sebastian, given his autism, what should they do?
They absolutely need to call in the tip line, call the law enforcement immediately, but keep an eye on Sebastian. Tread very lightly, don't force conversation. We don't want to do anything that could scare him. Be very calm, collected. Let him come to you if that opportunity exists.
Okay, guys, thank you so much, Hey Jude, for gifting a membership. If you do receive a membership from Hey Jude, please say thank you to her. And, I have a hard time. And of course, I am not an expert, guys. I did work with people with special needs in my past. However, I have a hard time believing, and I don't know, let me preface this as well with, I don't know Sebastian. Obviously, I've never met him. I've never, talked to his parents, anything like that. So I'm going strictly on what I've seen of what they've posted, what they've said. I am having a very hard time believing that Sebastian wouldn't be able to say, my name is Sebastian Rogers. I don't know that he would give his full name, but I feel like he would say, my name's Sebastian Rogers, and I need to get home to my mom and dad. I really think he would. I think if he was out there, and if he is out there, and he was able to escape a situation, for example, I fully believe that he would say, my name's Sebastian and I need my mom. My name is Sebastian and I need my dad. I really believe that. And I think even more so because of the bond that is shared between Seth and Sebastian, that he would definitely want his father. Good to see you, Meow. VM, a thought is serious. I believe it. I believe it. I think so too. It's just one of those things where now, Lil Red, there is audio speculation, and that's why I haven't played it yet, but I do want to listen carefully, see if I can't try to modify it myself. Now, I am not, I don't have like this huge, lab that I go into and anything like that. I don't. But I think that it deserves a second look after what we're seeing. It definitely deserves a second look after what we're seeing. Now, I do want to share this really quick before we watch our next clip. This is credit to, oh, my bad. Credit to Hindsight 2002. She is an amazing creator, and she is always putting out content about Sebastian. She does a fantastic job. And so let's go ahead and check this out. This is just on a repeat, guys, just so you know. It looks like someone's being carried out piggyback. Okay, so that's very unnerving. There's a still. Remember how we spoke about video surveillance at night, how it's grayscale? It fits. There's another still. Ooh, that one's probably better. And the caption reads, allegedly, did Sebastian Rogers ride piggyback to a car? Now, of course, it's going to be, you know, a little distorted, guys, just, you know, obviously you can see, but wow. And this also fits into what Bobby was saying, right? Because she said that something was put over someone's shoulder and someone was walking, you know, they were walking through that area. They were carrying something over their shoulder. Hey, The Path, good to see you, hun. The Path says, how does the Navy teach to carry a wounded soldier? That's a great question. I don't know, because I'm not a Navyman. I'm not a seaman. Wow, that is just unbelievable. Unbelievable. Oh, I got to go to my Google, excuse me. I went to YouTube. Oh. Teach people how to carry a wounded soldier. I should have just done that to begin with. I don't know why I didn't think of it sooner. Okay, so it says the Navy teaches individuals how to carry a wounded soldier through a combination of classroom instruction, practical exercises, and simulated scenarios. Okay, well, you know, focusing on techniques like fireman's carry and dragging, depending on the situation, while emphasizing proper body mechanisms to avoid further injury to both the casualty and the rescuer, all while prioritizing the safety of the individual and the team. Basic techniques used. They will learn fundamental carries like the fireman's carry, where the rescuer places the casualty's arm over their shoulder and secures their body with the other arm, or a drag technique to move a casualty when lifting is not possible. And of course, you know, they assess the injuries and things like that. So let's do this. Techniques on how to carry a wounded soldier. Slide one of your arms under the casualty's arm, behind his back and under his other arm. Move the casualty side bend down and place your other arm behind the casualty's knees. Lift the casualty from the ground and stand erect. Carry the casualty high on your chest to lessen fatigue. High on your chest, over your shoulder. So that's my understanding anyway. I do think, I do see in that, I need to look at it closer before I give a full speculation. I would like to look at it closer. I really would. Hey, Anne, good to see you, hon. Thank you, Hey Jude, for posting Hindsight. Hindsight's amazing, guys. Faye says, I believe what my ears heard at the audio. Nobody can take that from me. Absolutely, Faye. Absolutely. And don't let them. You speculate however you want to. That is our right. And, you know, I get so upset when people say that I don't want to share my opinion because of, you know, A, B, and C, or it might not be well received. And I understand that. I do try to think things out before I just blurt it out. Although, you know, I had my moment earlier when I was reading SF's crap. And that's understandable. You know, our snap judgments sometimes are right, when we have a sneaking suspicion, or if there's something gnawing at us and we have a gut feeling, I always say follow your gut. So don't ever let anyone tell you not to follow what your gut is telling you. It's so important. And women are so intuitive. Men are too, but I'm saying don't let somebody, tell you that your gut is wrong, because that's when you're gonna go wrong, in my opinion. I've always regretted not going with my gut instinct. And we all have the gut instincts. And Star says, and haters say that this is what we want. How dare they? It's so awful. It's awful to think about that. Like that's the last thing that we want, but we have to prepare ourselves and brace ourselves for the possibility. And the longer it goes on, the probability that Sebastian is no longer with us and that something happened to him and, he's been harmed in some way. I hope not. I hope that's not the case, but we have to, I know, John Q, it is so blurry. And then also it's like, yeah, it's just too blurry to really tell. It's really blurry. But I think I think it's something to look at. And then maybe even to slow it down a little bit to see if we can't, I don't know. I'd have to mess with it to look. Brandy, you saw Baby Yoda. Aw. Oh my goodness. Hey, Unnamed True Crime Channel. Good to see you, hon. Whose TikTok is that on? It is on Hindsight 2002. I always want to say 2020, and I make sure every time I don't, but it's Hindsight 2002. And she's also on YouTube. It's too hard to see for you, Lil Miss Sharon. Yeah. There we go. Thank you, MCE. Yes, the video is blurry. Plus, where did it come from? I know, Sandy, where did it come from? That's what I was wondering too, and I didn't really want to say it out loud, but you're right. Oh, you're so right. It's like, where did this video come from? What are we looking at? I mean, obviously it says someone carrying someone over their shoulder, but so there's that. I mean, it does kind of look like two round objects, I guess. But we can go over it tomorrow. I could try to see if I can edit it. Lil Red says, I saw a cell phone clear as day as well. I think, are you talking about the still? You can see Baby Yoda. Gracie, you can see Baby Yoda. Castle says level 1 autism spectrum disorder, ASD, is the current preferred term for high functioning autism. Absolutely, Castle. Thank you for that. And then also people used to say Asperger's. So Aspies is the nickname, and it's high functioning autism. And you'll hear that a lot through the community too, especially from us older people, that it's always been called Asperger's. But I don't know exactly what his specific diagnosis is, but I would, if I could take a wild guess, I would say he's definitely fits into, and I also posted a long time ago a video of a child who was 15 years old, same age as Sebastian, who was an Aspie, and he loved video games. He has his own YouTube channel where he plays the video games. We've all kind of seen the gamer sites, gamer pages and things like that. He's extremely awesome at that, and that's something that he's passionate about. And so, and that's a lot of the kids that are on the spectrum enjoy video games and gaming and things like that. So he was a very good comparison, in my opinion, to how Sebastian is. He had trouble and was in therapies, and he speaks about this in the video, making eye contact with people, being proper in a social situation, picking up on social cues. These are things that they really have to work hard at. It comes naturally and easy to some of us. But when it comes to someone who's on the spectrum, those can be very difficult areas that take a lot of time to correct and to just to kind of refine it. It doesn't mean that they're never going to get there. It's just that they have to work harder at it. And it's interesting. It's really interesting. And but therapy is the biggest one for them to overcome some of these things. And for this child in particular, he was having trouble like making eye contact with people. And I mean, sometimes making eye contact can be awkward for any of us. Let's be honest. Do we look too long? Even here, should I have the camera right in my face or should I have a little bit off? What perspective? That sort of thing. So it is, you want to be socially acceptable. And sometimes it's difficult for any of us to find that balance. And Princess Buttercup says, it's kind of looks like over the shoulder carrying military style in my opinion, but very hard to tell or see unless it's a bit clearer. I agree. It's absolutely harder to see. Let's go ahead and, hey, Brenda. Brenda says, I believe Chris had something to do with it. Those scratches on his arms had to be something with this. It's very possible. I think that if there was a struggle, I think that Sebastian fought like hell. I really do. That's my opinion. He was advocating for himself before this all happened. Let's just keep that in mind. So that's why I can jump to, or draw that conclusion. And Scranton says, as hard as it is to make out this image, in my opinion, it's enough evidence to raise the need for more interrogation. Absolutely well said, Scranton. I believe that as well. And Lil Red says, I see he is in the arms of someone sitting in a vehicle. Okay. See, I mean, we just don't know, right, guys? We just don't know. That's really interesting, Lil Red. Thank you for sharing that with us. And hey, Shannon Pisces 77, good to see you. And the path says if they were trained to carry wounded soldiers, maybe that's how they carry Sebastian. Absolutely. I think so too. I think that all of that training would kick in, especially if it was in a high stress situation. Fight or flight, if you will, would kick in. Adrenaline would kick in. All of that kind of primal instincts would kick in. Southern Soul True Crimes, good to see you. There was a photo of KP online of her standing over a person on a stretcher. It has been removed from the internet. Really? A photo of KP online of her standing over a person on a stretcher. Oh my goodness. I did not see that. I haven't, no one sent it over. Wow. Princess Buttercup says, yep, that is exactly how they teach over the shoulder carrying, injured, etc., military style. Yeah, that was my interpretation of what I read. Because you want to, one thing about carrying people is weight distribution is one big factor, right, that you want to keep in mind, because out there out there and what was mentioned in Google as well is that they want to make sure that these people, the person who is saving the person or rescuing them or carrying them once they've passed away already, they're making sure that the other person doesn't wound themselves or injure themselves rather during that process. And so it's something to keep in mind. And then also keeping the weight more up towards your shoulder, especially if any of you, and I know Minnie is familiar, but I know there's probably a lot of nurses and medical people, medical professionals here. So you guys can weigh in absolutely. But whenever I took my CNA, which is like the lowest nursing that you could do, I did do that back years ago. And when I was young, after I had my daughter, they teach you to lift with your big muscles, right? So the muscles in your thighs are, stronger. And so they always tell you to lift that way so you don't hurt your back. And so you kind of bend with and then lift up, right? Because sometimes you're lifting people that outweigh you by a lot. And when you're doing that, you have to be really careful that you don't injure yourself, pull a muscle, whatever. And so they teach us how to lift people up and, get them into a wheelchair or set them down in the shower so they can, get cleaned up, things like that. So, oh, thank you. Hey, Jude. I don't know. I think I just clicked that button and starred your comment. I don't know what I just did. I'm sorry. Sweet Sativa, he was carried away, in my opinion. I think so too. I really do. There's no scent, and that's why I believe that. And Lori, good to see you. She says, "Hey Sharon," or "Hey Shannon," excuse me. Fireman's carry. Star says, "Yep." Lil Red says he was absolutely carried if the photo is of that night. I agree. Thank you, Sweet Sativa. I appreciate you. Hey, Detroit Rock City. Good to see you. Good to see you. Yep. Gracie knows. She says she's a military vet and it's over the shoulder. Over the shoulder boulder holders. Thank you, Gracie. And thank you for your service as well, Gracie. And VM says, I throw it out in the universe that Sebastian is alive and well. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Amen. And praise you for that one. We do see, and that's what's great about other people. Everybody's perspective is welcome. And that's what's great about that, because, just a little piece of hope from our VM right here, right? Just a little piece of hope. Don't let us get too far down without the hope, and remember to keep the faith. So thank you for that. I appreciate it a lot. Castle says, Sandy, you're welcome, love. Julie has educated a lot of us and want to pass it on. Yes, absolutely. Julie is really good at telling people. Well, obviously she's knowledgeable. And that's what's important here. And in a lot of these cases too, because when a child with autism goes missing, sometimes we don't understand. One example of this would be when Sheriff Craddock is asked if Sebastian needs his medication, and he even admits that he has no idea, and he thinks that there is medication for autism, and there's not. It's therapies that are helpful, not medication. There is no pill for autism, so, or any medications that regulate it. However, ADHD is one of the disorders or medical conditions, what have you, that would require that does require medication. I'm sure there's a lot of holistic approaches as well, though, which I would probably try first with a kid. Just my opinion. And Sugal says, nice to see you. Thank you for coming in. Says, I believe Sebastian is being hid on an Indian reservation with Robin. Really? That's interesting. I really don't think that Grandma Robin has anything to do with it. I really don't. She seemed so heartbroken. I just don't think so. But thank you for your comment. Robin, Gracie, Robin is in Texas. Robin's in Texas. That's a good point too. Gracie, you're so silly. All right. Lil Red says, I have to go to sleep. Okay. Good night, Lil Red. Thank you for letting me share the photos. I will put them on my community wall too, and then we could always talk about them tomorrow. But I did want to show that one. So I appreciate that, because that really blew my mind. I was like, oh my gosh. It just awesome. And I want to say thank you to everybody that has been sending me their enhanced photos too. I think that is so awesome, and I really appreciate it. I appreciate looking at these things and trying to figure it out. I think that it's the best that we can do for Sebastian, especially when we don't have a lot of information. Any bit that we have, again, not to say what Seth said, but follow it till the end. And once we know for sure it's nothing, and then it's nothing, but don't write it off as nothing until you know that it's not something. All right, guys. And Sweet Sativa says, I believe CP and KP are responsible for his demise, unfortunately. Well, welcome in, Shannon. Thank you so much for being here, hon. I appreciate you. And absolutely, Sweet Sativa, I believe that as well. I'm trying to look at all aspects of the case. I'm trying not to have that tunnel vision that I was talking about. Obviously, I'm trying to practice what I preach, but in the same way, it is hard because I do keep getting diverted back there by the evidence and what we're seeing. So, Robin could travel. Robin could travel. Let's go ahead and watch this next clip really quick, guys, and because I have that other one that we were discussing last night. I do.
Tony Mathis joining us. Tony, at the beginning, there was information out there that there had been a canine hit. Now we're hearing there never was a hit.
Correct. The law enforcement has come out and said very clearly that they had no evidence that he ever left the home. And that kind of ties into your question about the landfill. I mean, there's not a lot of theories that would follow that up. One of those could be that he left in the trash dumpster in the trash truck, and that's how he got out of the neighborhood. So I think that all kind of ties into the theory, no dog hits, and that there's no proof that he ever left the home.
Dave Moyer joining us, Georgia Canine, National Training Center. Dave, I got a question. If Sebastian were carried to that vehicle, wrapped in a blanket, would dogs pick up the scent?
That's going to be really dependent on how saturated that area is with his odor, because he lives in the home and stays in the home most of the time. That area in and around the house where he might commonly get out and walk around if he walks down to the street and a number of times a day, any place on that property in the immediate vicinity is going to be saturated with the odor from just his daily activities. So it's going to be very, very, I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just going to say it's very, very difficult for the dog to differentiate the odor of somebody. Let's, for the sake of argument, say he was being carried out without any active contact with the ground, to have a fresh trail leaving that area, because his odor would still be there, but it's going to be mixed in with the saturation of all of his other odor from just living in that home for as long as he has.
And Dave Moyer, there was also information disseminated that a trail was followed to a nearby body of water, like a pond. How do we know that scent, if it existed, because now Ellie is telling us there was never a scent picked up by the canines. If there was a scent to the pond, how do I know that didn't happen 2 days before when he was outside playing?
Generally in that environment with as much contamination, that semi-urban, largely populated environment, there's going to be so much contamination that it'll completely obliterate his trail over a couple of days. But let's, for the sake of argument, say that he walked out to that body of water the day before with cooler temperatures in the springtime and a lot of moisture in the air. It is possible that the dog did follow an odor for a previous path that he might have taken.
We're hearing at this hour there is no canine hit at all. So what would that mean, Dave Moyer?
Based on my experience, and I've done literally thousands of these calls with folks with disabilities walking away from a home that they were staying in, it is very difficult to get that initial exit from leaving their immediate vicinity. And the reason for that is because they live in the home, they're walking around in the yard, and it just saturates that area with their odor. You've got to get outside of that immediate area and start to cast the dog out and see if you have any other obvious exits on the street going left or right. Again, with no exits at all, it would tell me that perhaps he's either A, hiding in the home, B, he got into a vehicle and drove away, or based on what we were talking about earlier, it is possible he was carried away and placed inside of a vehicle.
With me is Sebastian's father, and let me advise you how painful it is for him to talk about Sebastian's disappearance. Seth, you believe Sebastian is alive?
Because I have faith that he is. Until proven otherwise, my son is alive.
Seth, what is your message to listeners and viewers tonight?
Keep the faith. If you see my son, or if you see somebody that looks like my son, please call 911. Let law enforcement deal with it. You don't have to walk up and say anything to him. Just call 911. If you know or think you know anything about the disappearance of teen boy Sebastian Rogers, please dial 1-800-TBI-FIND. That's 1-800-824-3463. Repeat, 800-824-3463. There is a $225,155 reward, nearly $250,000 reward for information leading to Sebastian's whereabouts. We wait as justice unfolds. Goodbye, friend.
Okay, guys, and Jana, will you please send me that link to my text, that just that way I can put it up, and I will link it in the community tab too, because I'm really interested in reading your book. I think that's fantastic. Yes, C. Taylor, Sebastian Strong. That's right, Sebastian Strong. And congratulations, whoever got a membership from Sandy. Sandy, thank you so much for gifting a membership. That was so sweet of you. Thank you. Unnamed True Crime Channel says, when I was searching for missing Phoenix Wilkerson, who's autistic, the dogs didn't hit on a scent. We found him 2 days later in the woods. Wow, no kidding. See, we did talk about this like briefly last night. The dogs are only as good as their handlers. And so if they're not well trained or, I mean, there's a lot of factors too. The wind, you know, the weather, how things are, you know, if it's wet conditions, if it's cold, if it's sunny, you know, different things come into play and have to be considered when we're dealing with the dogs. Because I also saw someone's comment about Little Miss Sharon said, what about the dog that jumped into the retention pond? I know, I don't have an explanation. You know, in the beginning when that came out, I thought that there was a possibility that someone took Sebastian willingly, walked with him to the pond. He obviously liked to fish with his dad and his mom and stepdad. He liked to go fishing with grandma. And so that would be an easy way to get him over to the pond, right? And so I thought that perhaps someone took his life while at the pond, and that's why the dog jumped in there. But I didn't think that he was in the pond. I thought maybe they took him and there was a handoff somewhere, but he had drowned in the pond. I don't know. It's still an open possibility because the dogs did track to the pond and jump in. So, but it hasn't been, I mean, we just don't know. We just don't know. Guys, definitely go over and click the link for Jana's book, please. And MCE says, lady, what do you think about CP saying if they had the money, they would already be, or if they had money, then he would already be home? You know, I think that he was being really snarky, and I think that he was, because that was right around the time that he was always saying in a lot of interviews, well, I don't have a GoFundMe. I got to get off here because I got to go to work. And he was saying a lot of that kind of, he was pushing that rhetoric. Basically, Seth has a GoFundMe, so he doesn't have to go to work, but I do, kind of a thing. And I have to take care of Katie over here, you know, kind of a thing, just because he's just that much of a douchebag. But it also could have been, oh, how do I say it? He also could have been alluding to the fact, or maybe just saying matter-of-factly, like, if I had $1 million, he'd already be home now, or I would have been able to hire the best of the best to look for him. So it might have been just kind of like a slight at everybody, you know, saying, I'm not rich, even though you guys think I'm rich, I'm not rich. I can't afford to get the best of the best, even though I want to, kind of a thing. So, but what do you think, MCE? I mean, you know, it's valid. I think it's a valid discussion point. And Lori says, anyone hear what Seth and Tony thinks of the new pics that are out there? No, I have not. I have not. I really don't. The only thing that I can think of, you know, and I'll say this too. When we're looking at an image and we're seeing people in the image, there are things that in an image that you can kind of decipher. Is that a building? Is that a home? Is that a car? Is this a person? There's certain things that you kind of factor in the process of elimination of what am I seeing? You know, the process goes through in your brain, and you're looking at the image and you're saying, okay, I don't see anything here. Okay, I do see something here. And so I'm curious. I'm very curious to know what they think. I really am. I don't know though. And maybe there is, you know, maybe they have speculated. And maybe there's going to be some speculation that we haven't heard in the podcast that they're going to put in the show. So that's a strong possibility as well, because like, just for example, this podcast was only 39 minutes, so there is a little bit of room. Obviously, they have to account for, ads or whatever. But I think that, and I don't think they actually have to I don't think they actually have to account for like a full-on commercial break or anything anymore. But there's definitely some room in there, in my opinion, for Nancy to add in some more commentary from Seth. This might be the more compact version that we're listening to. But thank you for your comment, Lori, too. Sebastian Strong, C. Taylor. Oh, I got an echo. Hopefully it doesn't buzz. Okay, thank you guys for letting me know. Thank you. Faye says the dog got the flashlight person sent, in my opinion. Very well could be. Very well could be. And it makes me wonder if Katie switched shoes with Sebastian. Bubbly Beth, this is one theory that I find to be absolutely interesting, because I lived for a time in a town named Seymour, Missouri, where there is a very big Amish community. And during COVID, the Amish didn't wear the masks and things like that, right? Because they don't believe in that. That's against their religion to stop or seek out any type of medical attention. They believe in, just kind of going with God's will. But also, they don't have TVs, like you said. They do not have internet. They don't have anything. So they didn't know what COVID was. They had no idea why people wearing masks and stuff. It was kind of funny. And so people would say, how many Amish people have COVID? And people would laugh and say, well, they don't have TVs or internet, so none of them do, so it was kind of funny, kind of a take on why they wouldn't be, worried about it, because they don't have the propaganda that we all do, right? Well, it is what it is. I definitely think COVID was absolutely, out there and happening. But in the same way, it was funny. And also, you're right. There was a time that they were accepting English people, right? We're the English because they're Amish. And they were accepting people into the community to marry their daughters and things like that. So they're looking for men specifically. So I do think that is not far-fetched as it sounds. And up until I lived in that area, I didn't live around Amish people, and like the closest thing would be like the Weird Al Yankovic stuff, like Amish Paradise and that sort of thing. So but once you realize how their culture works and how their religion works and everything, it's very, he could be there on some kind of a farm when and people aren't allowed to go on their farms and things like that. So it's not far-fetched. It really isn't. Oh, thank you guys. No echo. Echo. No, I'm just kidding. That was me. Bubbly Beth said Sebastian was a fish. Seth said he didn't like dirty water. He did say this. I'm just thinking that maybe like they could have told him to stay, or they could have told him they were going to go down to the pond for a little bit, not necessarily swimming, but he did say that. He said, and so did Chris. Chris said that he's more of a pool kid than he would be like a river or a lake kid, or, to be in an ocean or something like that, because he didn't like being dirty. And that's the truth. I believe that to be true. Excuse me. Ann Reynolds says, I believe that he is being held in a house somewhere near the house. And I can definitely get down with that theory too, because of all of the properties that Mama Socks has access to, as well as other family members in the mix too. So I can see that. And G of Twin says, I still can't believe that dude has 5 wives. I know, me too. He's a brave soul. No, I'm just kidding. VM says, hey Foot, come hey Foot, come over. I'm sorry, I can't even say it with a straight face. Whew. Come on over and carry out my garbage, will you? Oh my goodness. Throw it over your shoulder. It's garbage night and a thick sheet of ice outside my door. I know you're watching. Oh no. Yeah. My goodness. I can hardly say it with a straight face. My gosh. Grace's gavel, we need to organize a Super Bowl flyer handout. Oh, that's a great idea. Hey Jude, that's a really great idea. Kansas City Chiefs are in it, guys. Kansas City Chiefs and the Eagles. I'm rooting for Kansas City. Um, the path says, when they are finally arrested and charged, I wonder who's going to pay for Katie's lawyer. I wonder if the proud stinky feet will pay or if they will only pay for their son. Oh, that is a good question. I think it depends on who rolls on who, if they do, or if they keep it tight-lipped, or, because loose lips sink ships, loose lips sink ships, I should say. And so even a little bit of talking could get you far down into a hole where you can't get out of it. So that is a great question. I don't know. I can see them sticking up for Chris till the end, not so much Katie. I've been in a narcissistic family environment and I understand the dynamic there and how it works. You could be the mother of their, well, I mean, we saw it with Nina. You could be the mother of one of their grandchildren or, what have you. And they don't give a hoot about you. They don't. They just don't. And it's sad because you think they do. And if you're in the family long enough, you felt like you're family with them, but you're not. You are not. Their family is their family and they will stick up for their family and be the flying monkeys all day long. And they could give two hoots about you. It's sad. And I hate to put that harsh reality out there, but it's just the truth. I had to come to terms with it myself. And MCE says, oh, okay, I was curious if that's what you said or if it was a hint that maybe they got ransom threats, in my opinion. I haven't heard anything about any type of a ransom threat. I would imagine that would have happened really soon after he was taken. If he was taken, they would do it because those people are just all about getting that money. They don't typically want to hurt the person because they want to get the money. And so, oh gosh, that would just be the better case scenario as long as they can get that money to them. I mean, oh my goodness. And John Q says the retention pond really didn't get a hard positive scent for anything to confirm whether or not Sebastian was ever there. Perhaps it was suggested by someone to check the area anyway. That's a really good point. I mean, I don't feel like they had any kind of like a hard positive on any of the scents. And I really do believe that. I think it was kind of, sketchy at best. And then also they were talking about the fact that, Sebastian's scent would be around that area anyway, but it might be harder for the dog to differentiate between the scents. So it's I almost don't believe that is something that we should really consider very hard at the moment either. So thank you for your comment, John. Hey, Baba Rose. Margaret says, who cares what CP thinks? La 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 la. Margaret, you're so funny. Anyone not hit that like yet? You guys are cute. Thank you for putting that in there. Steve Taylor says they don't go to the doctors, so we don't know, right? I mean, it's hard. It's hard to tell. Most people that have mental illness, they don't want to go get the help. They don't think they need it. And so that's what's really hard. And then again, if they do go get help and they're put on medications, sometimes they'll stop taking the medications because they feel like they don't need them anymore, or they won't take medication because they don't feel like they need it. So it's a hard situation. It is. And guys, let's go ahead and watch this next one really quick. Show Poodles. Good to see you, Show Poodles. Debbie says what? Hey, Debbie says what? This is going to be a clip. Well, it's going to be the Reels interview with Katie.
And then at the end, I'm going to do a commentary on it where I've zoomed into images, and we'll kind of discuss it as we go. So let's watch.
OP Nation, tonight, we need your help to find a missing Tennessee teenager. During the early morning hours of February 26, 2024, 15-year-old Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers disappeared from his home in Hendersonville, Tennessee. That's about 20 miles north of Nashville. He's not been seen or heard from since. And Sebastian is now the subject of an Amber Alert. Joining us now is Sebastian's mom, Katie Proudfoot. Katie, thanks for being with us under what must be very difficult circumstances. First of all, how are you and your family holding up?
I would say that this isn't a tragedy that we would wish anyone to ever experience. We're keeping our faith, and we're praying every day that we're going to find Sebastian.
What's the latest on the search?
So law enforcement is exploring any and all possibilities. They're communicating daily with us about updates and the statuses. We have faith that all the law enforcement agencies involved are doing everything that they can, and we're going to find Sebastian and bring him home.
We know the most important thing right now is to get the word out about Sebastian. What would you like our viewers to know about your son?
Sebastian, he is high-functioning autistic. He loves animals. He loves video games. He loves fishing. Green tea!
You're so goofy.
He's typically a very, very sweet boy. He can be quite temperamental, though, if he's overstimulated or if he's stressed out. He has a unique run. He runs like the Naruto anime character. When he's excited, he likes to dab, and he loves music. He loves to dance.
That's all very helpful information. Now, if Sebastian is out there watching, what would you like to say to your son?
I would say, Bubba, we love you. We all love you so much. Wherever you are, just know that we are not going to stop. We're going to keep searching. We're going to find you. We're going to bring you home. And if you ever get an opportunity, find a phone, find a safe adult, call 911. But I'd also like to ask our community to please keep searching your properties. Keep sharing his flyer. If you know something or you see something, please say something. Call the law enforcement immediately.
We're going to do everything we can to help find him.
Thank you.
Now, let's take a good look at Sebastian. He's 15 years old, 5'5", 120 pounds, with light brown hair and brown eyes, and wears glasses. If you've seen Sebastian or know anything about his disappearance, please call the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children at 1-800-THE-LOST. That's 1-800-843-5678. And you can also reach out to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation at 1-800-TBI-FIND.
Okay, guys, so I just went ahead and, took a screenshot of this, and then I've zoomed in on it. And what we're seeing here is Katie's eye, and I do see a shiner, and it looks to me like she tried to put some makeup on it. You can see the one left side of her face, she does have a little bit of a bag under her eye from not sleeping, but on the other side, it definitely looks like there's bruising. And it looks like she tried to put some concealer and she didn't blend it well enough. And maybe she was wiping her eyes and things like that. Maybe she was crying. And so it's just something that I wanted to do a close-up shot of and show all of you, because we were discussing it yesterday. And thank you, Sandy. Yeah. Hey, Stormy X. Good to see you. Good to see you. Welcome in, everyone. Psychic Camellia, good to see you. In my opinion, what do you think? Or excuse me, in my opinion, what do you do with him? Just tell someone, KK. Yeah, what did you do with him? Faye says actions speak louder than words, in my opinion, all the family left for the holidays as soon as Sebastian disappears. Some of them are still on holidays. It's crazy. It's crazy. I just wouldn't leave. I wouldn't leave my house. I really wouldn't. Um, Thank you, Show Poodles. That's so sweet of you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Good to see you, Psychic Amelia. Thanks for coming in. And so when we're looking at this, I do see a bruising on her eye, and I didn't want to speculate. And I also added a filter to the video that I showed last night. And so I wanted to remove that, get the raw video, and then re-examine it. And when I did, I realized that it looks like Katie might have had a bit of a shiner there, just right under her eyelid. And then also you can see a lightness. And for, all of us women out there, hey, Lizzie, when we're putting on, a concealer, it is a light, it's the lightest of the makeup process, right? And colors and things like that, because that way we can highlight certain areas like our nose. We can highlight, around our eye, under our eyes, and conceal, different things like circles and things like that. Wrinkles, whatever blemishes that we have. And so with that being said, I do see a little bit of that makeup, it looks like. It doesn't look like Katie was wearing any makeup at all necessarily. She definitely wasn't wearing any kind of an eyeshadow or an eyeliner in this interview, but it does look like she was trying to conceal something under this eye. And that's my opinion and my speculation. I'm not saying that it's definite or not, but it caused me to step back and say, oh, wow. And especially this interview was back in April. So with that being said, it was, quite a, well, it was about, let's see, a month and a half, give or take, after Sebastian had gone missing. So, emotions were high, stress levels were high. Were they fighting? Were they upset because one person said something that the other shouldn't have said? Or excuse me, one person said something and they shouldn't have, and the other was upset. Did it rise to the level of what could be a shiner on her eye? I was also trying to focus on what kind of lighting they were using as well, because I know sometimes the lighting is a factor in that. And if she had been wearing makeup at all, I would have thought maybe it was a little bit of, mascara that could have gotten a little bit under her eyes to cause some blackness or some darkening. And so I definitely made sure that I zoomed in and looked at that. But I don't think that it's far-fetched to speculate on that because of what we're looking at, and especially on the zoomed in interview. And Bubbly Beth says, the way he has treated his other wives, you never know. I've been there, and I'm sorry to hear that, Bubbly Beth, and I agree with that. I agree with it 100% because we don't know, and history repeats itself. It's not like he received any help for any of those marriages, in my opinion. With Nina, he basically beat the drum. She's the bad one. She's a hothead. We're both hotheads, but she's, that sort of thing. So it's not like he can take a step back and be like, in our relationship, I played a negative part and she did too, things like that. But it was more of using the language of a hothead. And I think that he's thinking of himself more so than Nina being a hothead. I haven't seen her being a hothead. I've seen a video that was questionable, and it wouldn't have been my approach, and it wouldn't have been how I would behave. But in the same way, I'm not in her situation. So we have to consider that with all of them, in my opinion. So, there's that. Detroit Rock City says, forced emotions, I would be sobbing wreck. I would be a sobbing wreck too. I just don't feel it from her, in my opinion. Same. Yeah, it's the same. Toward the end of the interview, it looked like she was forcing herself to cry, and I'm not trying to be mean. I really am not. I'm just telling my opinion and how I'm perceiving what I'm seeing. And in my opinion, I wouldn't have to force anything. I would have to force myself not to cry. I would have to. My eyes would be puffy. I wouldn't even care what I looked like. My hair probably wouldn't be done. Definitely wouldn't have makeup on. So I can see why she wasn't wearing makeup. In that sense. But Lizzie says I'm hanging out, but people need to be nice to me. Are people being mean to you, Lizzie? I'm sorry. People don't be mean to Lizzie. Lizzie, are you saying nice things in the chat though? You guys got to be nice both on both sides. If you disagree, respectfully disagree, tell people why, and that'll help us understand each other better. Please, 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 please. And Lizzie says, I'm old. Or VM says, Lizzie, I'm old. I'm sure I've been there too. Oh, you're not old, VM. 36 is a good age, Lizzie. You're lucky. I wished I was 36. And Faye says, after all, I don't believe LE wouldn't take a warrant from the DEA for special forensics at the home when you find no scent outside the house, in my opinion. Well, and that's a good point. They have to have that probable cause, Faye. So that's a really good point. I mean, there'd have to be certain things in order, in order for them to get that and to prove to a judge, why they want to search this property or why they want, why they want to do this or that. Going back to I am too bear, her comment. When she was talking about the fact that if permission is given, then a warrant wouldn't necessarily be required. Now, I think that is true about the Proudfoot residents. I think because the Proudfoots gave permission for LE and the dogs to come in, excuse me, not the dogs to come in, LE and the other entities of law enforcement, like I'm talking about like FBI, Secret Service, everybody that was there within that first 7 days. I think that was, I don't think there were warrants involved. I honestly don't. And there might have been, but I really don't think so. I don't think they were going hard on them at all. I think they were, well, ma'am, kind of let's take a look. And do you mind if we, and, I think it was, I think it was cordial, very cordial compared to what some of us may have experienced if it was our home and our child. So I'm just going to put it like that. Show Poodle says, just because Sebastian is not there, that does not remove CP's anger, in my opinion. So that's a good point. That's a really good point. Thank you. Hey, Jude. Yeah, Lizzie. Yeah, hang out with us, Lizzie. Don't worry. And I'm sorry if anybody was mean to you. We don't want that here. And VM says, Lizzie, you don't want to harm yourself. Oh goodness. Okay, guys, be nice to each other. Like for real, for real, for real. And here's the thing, guys. Sometimes we don't know how people are feeling at the moment. Somebody could have a really bad day and they're trying to come in here and just kind of chat and, and everything like that. And they're trying to forget whatever, day they've had. We've all had bad days. Last couple of days has been nuts, to say the least. But, we all have things. So just keep in mind and be kind to each other. It's just a chat. We don't, we won't have to deal with everybody for long, I guess I should say. But be nice, please, please. And Faye says, maybe KP and CP denied special forensics. That's a possibility. That's a possibility. I don't think that they really wanted those forensics done. But I also don't think that law enforcement was pushing hard enough for them. And then we have to remember too whose jurisdiction this was under and whose jurisdiction it's still under. Sumner County Sheriff's Office, so Detroit Rock City says maybe she fell down running back to the house, allegedly. That's a possibility too. And then also there's that big ditch. So that could also help, you know, people not be able to see it. Oh, Lizzie, well, that's not true. Don't let other people tell you who you are. Don't let people tell you who you are. You know who you are. Be confident. And you know what? Sometimes people want to make you feel as bad as they do. So if they're having a bad day, they want to make you feel just as bad as they are. They want to transfer that negative energy because it's a relief for them, and they don't mind where it goes because they just want it away from them. But yeah, you're in a safe place. I don't believe that about you at all. And, you know, don't let other people tell you who you are. 36 is an awesome age. It is awesome. Oh, I know, Bubbly Beth. I know. There were no tears, Psychic Amelia, no tears, no genuine I didn't see genuine concern. I agree. Aw. Sandy, you are so sweet. And Shannon Pisces says, I don't see anyone being mean in the chat. Okay. Well, good. Yeah, just all be nice to each other. Just all be nice to each other. Ooh, Lizzie's got a younger man. What? Uh-oh, look out. Hey, Jude says, Lizzie, people can be cruel. I'm sorry. I know. And that's the thing. Don't be, it's so much better. And it takes less energy to just give somebody a good day, make them smile, say something kind to them. Oh, Facebook. Woof. I don't go on Facebook a lot. I need to check it more often, but I don't. MCE says I'm almost 53 and I feel like I'm closer to 80 with all my pain. Oh, and your bad joints. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm sorry. I know it's hell getting old. Like all the littlest things start hurting and things like that. Sandy. Yeah, block those haters. If they're bullying, don't let them bully you either. Stand up for yourself. And once you do stand up for yourself, just say your piece and then don't even give them a second thought because they're not worth it. They really are not. Oh, you do art? That's fantastic. Manners are free. I am too, Bear. Well said. Oh, Sandy's a little cat. Aw. I know about your cat too, Sandy, the little cat. She's lucky to have you, though. A cat and 4 dogs. Cool, MCE. Oh, you guys are the best. Thank you. Bogey Green Street. Hi, Bogey. Bogey says, my name is Elizabeth Lizzie, for instance, and I rescue cats. You never know who is in here. Rescuing cats is important. Like, there's so many times where cats will get dumped and things like that. And I know sometimes people aren't the nicest to cats, but, I love cats. I love them. And Bubbly Beth says, I'm 56 and proud. And I wouldn't go back to I wouldn't go back, though I've had a rough life, but my life is better now. That's awesome, Beth. I'm so glad to hear that. And I think it's good to just always remember to be happy in whatever present time you're in. I think that's really important. So that's awesome. Yeah, I always keep telling people I turned 40 again every time I have a birthday. Just 40 again. I don't know. It's the weirdest thing. I never get older. And Bogey says, I have 10 and 13, 12 back from the Middle East. Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness. That is really cool. Well, we're glad to have you here, Lizzie. We're really, really glad to have you. SF Investigates. Is that really you? Wow. All right. Well, we're just going to ban this guy. I don't think it's really SF. That's funny, though, if it was. Military for 30 years. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Bogey, for your service. I appreciate you. Aw, your cat sleep with you, Detroit Rock City. That's so cute. They're good cuddlers. I am too very. I wonder if that's a troll. I can't give him too much credit because I don't know who that is. But if he puts his picture on there and he wants to come back like under another account, he can totally come in and show your face. No, I'm just kidding. I'm teasing. I'm teasing. Jocelyn, good job, mods. Jocelyn, it's good to see you. Oh my, yes. Lori. Hey, Jude. That would I don't know what's worse, is being SF or being a wannabe wannabe SF. I don't know which one's worse. Oh my goodness. SF Patrol. Debbie. Oh my goodness. No one accused her SF. No, I'm not accusing. I've said up here plenty of times. It's only speculation, guys. Did you whack-a-mole, Jude? I am too bare. And Margaret says, somebody talking about Facebook. Yeah, I got mad a while ago. Someone wants to send me a nasty picture of them. Oh no, I told them to report. Oh, that makes me mad for you, Margaret. Dang it. I'm sorry. You, of all people, do not deserve that. You are one of the sweetest people I know. I do too, Bogey. That's for sure. That's for sure. They have a lot of good makeup out there, though, that they didn't have before, so that also helps. That helps a lot. I like, trying it out. There's that one Il Maquillage. I want to try that one. Aw. Well, don't believe them. If they say negative things to you, don't believe them. And Star says, wow, look at look for Sebastian SF. You're working for him. You're working for him, not the parents, right? He's not here in our chat. Wow. Good God. No, he's not. Great point, Star. That's 100% right. VM says, I got 3 cats and Chai taking up my bed right now. Oh, that's so cute. Little heaters. Yes. Yes, they are. Aw. Thank you, Jana. That's so sweet of you. Thank you so much for your super chat. See, Lizzie, you're in good company. And Sandy says, I don't think KP unalived anyone. I think Sebastian is alive and well at a foster home or alive, not well at trafficking house. Oh, gosh. Those are 2 possibilities. We know that Sebastian was supposed to be going to live in possibly a behavioral center, boys' home, troubled youth, kind of, whatever we want to call it. The biggest thing that I didn't understand is why it wasn't a specialized place for people who have autism. That was one thing that I still can't really wrap my mind around, why they weren't considering that as well. Because if we think about someone who has social and emotional dysregulation issues and you put them with kids that are criminal minded, I mean, not just disparage these kids, I mean, but they're criminal minded, right? They've been in trouble. They're they've been in juvie and things like that, and they're in a behavioral center. And you put somebody who has autism in that mix, they can be taken advantage of. They can be really badly hurt, and they can also learn how those bad habits or traits off of the other children in there. So I really don't understand why that wasn't considered more extensively when deciding on putting him somewhere. So Sandy, I think that could be a probable place where he would be alive and well. Now, on the flip side of that, there is a lot of ABUSC that goes on in those places as well. When it comes to the trafficking aspect of things, it's not far-fetched either, because we know that children are taken. Sometimes they are sold by their own parents. So again, both good speculation in my opinion. And Shannon says, I have a stray I feed too. I have 6. Oh, that's so sweet of you, Shannon. That's so nice of you. Made me, oh no, Margaret. Oh my gosh, block that guy. What a weirdo. That is a weirdo. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Jana. Shadows in the dark. I do not have any cats, but I would love to. There was I used to get my cat fix though, because I used to work downtown Springfield and they have a bookstore there and they had like at one point, I think there was like 4 or 5 cats. Sometimes it's hard to tell because you know how cats like to hide and stuff. And they had like, they had places for them and everything, but you could go, and I'd always go on my lunch and then I'd go read a book and pet the cats on my lunch break. So, but I don't have any cats. I would love to get a Maine Coon. I would love to get a Maine Coon. Aw, thanks, Jana. Oh, three passed away. Oh, I'm sorry, Bogey. That's so hard. Even when our animals, pass away, it is. It's so hard. Or when your animal's lost, if they run away or if they get out of the yard or something like that, it's so stressful. Um, yeah, that is sad, Bogey. Oh, I'm sorry about losing your mom, Lizzie. Oh, hey, Bullhorn Betty, good to see you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. That was so nice of you, and everything that you said. I really appreciate you, Bullhorn Betty. Thank you very much. Thank you. Princess SF with the fish emojis. Highly suspicious. Faye says, I saw in my dream that a cinnamon cat came into my house. Oh, some of the cats are so beautiful. Like I saw this one Maine Coon that was black and white and just gorgeous. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Everybody show Bullhorn Betty some love. G of Twins. Thank you for dropping the link. Thank you so much. Hey Jude. VM says, I'm very sorry for your loss, Lizzie. Hugs then. That's nice of you guys. Thank you. We love you, SF Sandy. You are so funny. Oh, goodness. I'm wondering if that was him though. Does he have a picture on his avatar? I didn't even know he had I didn't know he was on YouTube. I should have known better. I guess we're all on YouTube, aren't we? Betty says he's either drunk or high. Wonder which one it is. My favorite block ever. Hey, Jude. Oh, goodness. Well, hey, if it wasn't really him, then we can say we at least blocked a wannabe SF. I mean, that's wonderful. Oh, no. You guys aren't being mean. No, VM, you guys aren't being mean. You guys are being extremely nice, and I'm really grateful for you. Mine too. I'll bend over. I'll second that motion. And Detroit Rock City said, I lost my mom March 29th. It would be 2 years coming up, and it's still very hard. It never gets easy, Detroit Rock City and Lizzie. Sending you hugs and love wherever you are. Aw, that's so sweet, you guys. Star says, I've never been more proud to be in a group of awesome mods than I am tonight. Aw, Star. That's awesome. That's so funny. And Lizzie says, my anxiety is bad too. Oh yeah. I mean, and that's the thing in stressful situations that is to be expected. That is to be expected. But I hope I hope we can ease it a little bit and take your mind off of it for a little while. So. Sandy. I picked up on that sarcasm, Sandy, and I like it. Aw, hey Jude, I'm so sorry. Well, I mean, I knew that. I did. I can't say I didn't. It never gets easier, and it's one of those things where sometimes you look back and be like, wow, it's been that long, and the feelings are still there. You can also feel the emotions, still like it was yesterday. And MCE says, Star, I wasn't being mean. I don't catch Lady live and honest wishing. Oh, okay, yeah. I don't see anybody being mean, guys. I know, Lizzie. I have trouble with insomnia myself. Hey, KJ Mac, good to see you. Good to see you. Debbie doesn't sleep either. I mean, I usually will get like 4, 5 hours if I'm lucky with that. I'm just always impressed when I can sleep all the way through asleep and I'm not waking up. But yeah, I do. I have trouble even falling asleep. So I hear that. Um, hey, Jude, that is a wonderful, wonderful sentiment and advice, because it helps to talk to other people. And then sometimes even a one-on-one situation is good where you can talk with somebody about what's bothering you and it can lessen the anxiety and they can give you some really great tools to help with it. Jocelyn says, "You're so right, lady. I see the manipulation all the time in my job." Yeah, it's thick. The manipulation out there is thick, guys. And just always trust your gut. Don't ever let anybody tell you. If you think you know and you're confident with that, it's a good thing to be confident and you know, don't let people tell you what it is. If when you know what it is, when you have that gut feeling is so important. Rehoming is a big thing in Tennessee. Bullhorn Betty says, I believe that. I really do. I believe that. And it was funny because when I was in your chat, Bullhorn Betty, you gave me the idea to call around Missouri but see, I was calling I was calling homes for individuals with autism, and I didn't even think about going the behavioral route. So I know they were looking at a home in Missouri, possibly for him to go to. But I wasn't looking in the right spots, I guess. So thank you, Hey Jude, for posting Bullhorn Betty's link. Guys, go over and subscribe to Bullhorn Betty. She is amazing. She does a lot of work for kids, for missing people. Betty, the interview that you did, or I shouldn't say it's even an interview, but when Brandy Neal, Michael Monkey Vaughn's mom, was on the bench talking about her son, Michael, who has not been found, and she is desperately searching for him. She is not in the best she is not in the best health. So she was pleading for help to keep Michael's story out there. And it was such a powerful, powerful statement by Monkey's mother. She is somebody to admire, and just a mother that will never take no for an answer. She is not going to stop. And she doesn't stop because her health, she doesn't make excuses. She keeps going. And thank you for that. Thank you for giving her a voice and a platform. It's important. And it was very powerful. And Scranton Strangler says, "Lady, you can have 3 of mine." Oh, no. Well, I have this beagle, see? And he doesn't really, he's something else. He's something else. Aw, thank you, Bogey. You're a very kind person, too. Thank you so much, my friend. And Star says, "Oh, no, he was saying, do you mean boiled hot dog?" As an as an SF. He was getting red and boily in the Lore Lads interview. Delilah's so cute. Bullhorn Betty says, I have a Delilah. She's a puppy, rabbit, muskrat, cat, all in one." She's so cute. Those outfits are so adorable. That's the thing when because I'm always, researching and, making my videos. I don't get to, see everybody's stuff as much as I used to be able to. So I do miss that. I miss being a viewer, rather than, but I still love it. I love it. I think, that was one point, and I forgot to kind of keep to that, but, I wanted to talk about it a little bit tonight. Like, don't let people take away from your purpose. There's so many distractions, especially in this case. Don't ever let people take that from you. If you know what your purpose is, and whatever higher power that you answer to, but just for all intents and purposes, um, you know, whatever God has a plan for you for, whatever you were put here for. Um, don't let people distract you from that purpose. It's so important because there's so many people out there that will do that. Obviously, we saw one of them come into the chat, or one of their flying monkeys. I can't say allegedly, in my opinion, who it was, but I think we can all maybe see that it might be. And so don't let them do that. Don't let them take away from what you're put here for. And if you're on the right track, a lot of times people will try to derail you. So don't let them do that. Keep on being who you're supposed to be, and stay true to yourself. Because we all have a purpose, we all have skills, we all have talents and things like that. Some people are awesome at singing, some people are awesome at playing music, some people are awesome at sports. So whatever it is, don't, true crime people, don't let them distract you from being the best you can be and doing the best that you can do for yourself and what you're supposed to be doing on the planet, because it takes all of us to do what we do. It takes it's a joint effort. And Margaret says, I'm watching one of my favorite Golden Girls episodes. I love the Golden Girls, Margaret. It's old friends. It's one about Sophia and her friend with Alzheimer's. Oh, that is such a sweet show. I need to watch some reruns of that. Ah. Well, lie down and maybe get some. Oh, I probably shouldn't tell you medical advice, but Lizzie, I hope your headache gets better, hon. And Faye says maybe CP wanted to put Sebastian at a home so he wouldn't be available to testify, in my opinion. That would be one motive, Faye. So thank you for your comment, because I do believe that. I think that was a factor. I really do. That's one thing that is a strong factor for me, because of the fact that, they didn't even let Sebastian stay in the home for Christmas when his stepsister came for a visit. And I would think that would be a great opportunity for them to bond. And obviously, kids are kids. They're not going to get along the whole entire time. They're going to bicker, they're going to fight, they're going to argue, whatever, over toys, blah, blah, blah. But the age difference between the two of them, Sebastian was a great older brother. I could see it, and then I know that Faith looked up to him and loved him. There's no doubt in my mind. I don't know them, but I that's what I can surmise. And so, it's super possible. It's super possible, because they wouldn't even allow him around him. Excuse me, they wouldn't even allow Sebastian around his stepsister for Christmas. Go figure. For Christmas. Couldn't even be nice at Christmas. Princess Buttercup says SF certified troll smells of fish and feet. Oh my. Oh, hey Jude, your pup is so cute. I swear I know you're a mean person. MCE, I swear I know you're not a mean person at all. No, we know you're not mean, MCE. We know. We know, hun. There you go. Oh, that's nice of you, see? It's all good. Sometimes it's hard to read text too, guys. Just keep in mind, sometimes if we read something, who would want to impersonate him? Bullhorn Betty. Exactly. but sometimes we can read stuff out of context. I've done that before. I even misheard earlier when that person, the expert was on, the dog handler, and he was like, sometimes people throw kids, so some kids are throwaways. And I was like, did he just say that? And, oh no, he didn't say that. He didn't say it. He said it this. Okay. He's saying that kids get thrown out of their house, basically. But, sometimes we have to double read stuff. G of Twins says, how warped is that? A wannabe SF. Yeah, no kidding. I am too beer says, I indeed. And Margaret says, my mama passed away in 2011, and no, it never gets easy. It doesn't. It doesn't. We miss them every day. We miss them every day. But I really am a true believer of that they're always still with us, guiding us, watching over us, and things like that. And Star says, BHB, I can think of someone with a mullet, maybe. Oh, Star. Hey, Jude says his avatar should be a big watermelon to match his giant head. He does have an oddly big head. Oh, I'm sorry. Now you guys got me going. Oh my goodness. Michelle Scott. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you guys. You guys are too funny. Oh goodness. I never thought I'd ever be trolled by someone like that, but stranger things have happened. Bullhorn Betty says she loves her son and wants justice. Oh God, does she ever? The emotion, the raw emotion that you feel from her. I mean, it's out of this world. It's what we expect to see, right? It's what we're used to seeing. Another person that I have a really good example of is Mamata Kaffelbot. Her life was taken by her husband, and they still haven't found her. And he's been charged. But when her mother came from Nepal, I believe it was, and she didn't speak English, right? Oh God. Just her speaking, and then she had a translator, but just her speaking, you could just hear it. It was like you didn't have to speak the same language as her. That's how raw the emotion was. That's how much you could feel that that energy, that emotion. And it didn't matter who you were, right? It doesn't matter who you are. You feel that. You feel that. And that's how I felt with Brandy. I don't see the same emotion. I don't feel that same emotion. I feel for families of the missing, of course, but it's difficult to feel that when a mother is not, as a mother, and so it's just wild. It's wild. A mother's love is something that's deeply, deeply felt. And Anne says, hey, Lady Freedom, I just keep finding out more and more about my son before he passed away, and it's making me sad that doctors cannot care about these patients. I want justice for my son. I know you do, Anne. I know you do. And it's heartbreaking. And I'm sorry that you had to deal with that experience and the doctors and things like that. And I know that you were working so diligently to find answers about what happened. And I think that you do know, just from what I know. But I pray for you, and I pray for the justice that will give you the peace and resolution that you're looking for, because it's important. And see, again, a mother's love. And everybody that knows Anne knows how much she loves her son, and how painful it is for her without him. It's just, And Bullhorn Betty says they treated Sebastian like a freak and humiliated him often. They absolutely did. And, I don't understand why. I guess I can't, because every time I see his picture come up on the screen, I'm like, he's so cute. Like, he's just adorable. And I don't see how a mother doesn't feel that way. I mean, there has to be a level of self-loathing there. Oh, thank you, VM for the super sticker. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. But I think I know that Sebastian has a lot of mamas out there that love him so much. So we got his back. If the speculation that we have is correct, allegedly, my opinion, the whole 9 yards, we have his back. Bogey says, I miss my mom, but life is so icky. Glad she doesn't have to be here anymore in this world. Absolutely, Bogey. And that's a big thing too. When in terms of, the healing process and things like that, is understanding that, these people are in a better place, and because we're here without them, we do suffer because of it, but they're not. And especially when someone's sick, and things like that, it does bring peace and comfort knowing that they're not suffering the way that they were on Earth. Miss Bojangles 49, but lady, you know nothing about this family. Damn it. Well, I don't know the family. So I can concede your point. I don't know anything about the family, but what I do know about the family is what they've told us. I do know how they've portrayed themselves. That's the hardest part for me, is the way that they've portrayed themselves. Had they come out and been, there's just so many things. I don't even know where to start. We have a stepfather who comes out and is not comforting the mother. Okay, actions speak louder than words. Body language speaks volumes. You have two parents who are sitting next to each other, and not one time did Chris reach over and hold Katie's hand. Not once. Not once did he offer his arm around her shoulder. Not once at all. Another thing that was curious, looking straight forward and never looking at each other for validation, for comfort, for any of it. Those things speak volumes to me, and it's really important to see it's really important to see that dynamic, because you can make a lot of inferences, which is not assuming, it's an educated guess. And so when you think about that, the way they were acting, what mother laughs multiple times, not just once, in an interview about her son who just went missing? I would be hysterical. There wouldn't be a whole lot of calming me down, because my adrenaline would be rushing so badly that I would have to. I would have to be out doing something. I would have to be out spreading awareness, and I would be begging for the public to help me. I'd be begging the news anchor to help me. I'd say, when can you come back for another interview? That was not there at all. There are so many families out there that would kill to have an interview, to have their story shared. They suffer in silence, and nobody knows about what's going on with them. They don't know, because nobody is picking their story up. And yet they're going out there trying to find people who will. So that's my problem with the Proud Feet. I don't know them, but I know how they portray themselves. And then they turn around and tell a local news anchor, Holly Thompson was the first one. I always mix these up. Caitlin Miller, that they cannot do a face-to-face interview where people can actually see what they're saying and what their eyebrows are doing. This is the reason why they didn't, in my opinion. We cannot judge their facial features and what they're doing, moving their eyes around, which way their eyes are going, the direction of all of that. All of these things that profilers use to figure a criminal out. We cannot do that, because they've decided that they are going to only show their hands, and they're holding hands in the interview. Not once did they cry. Not once did they plead for Sebastian's safe return until they were prompted to do so. I'm sorry, that is what happened. And then we see them on Duchess for the Missing, fake crying. You cannot tell me that was a real person, or that was real emotion from a person, and that she was crying. Katie, I'm sorry, you were not crying. That's a crock of crap, and you'll never make me believe any different. If you want me to believe different, show your face. Show your face. And then we have Smiley Stories interview, where Chris says that he beat Sebastian with a belt, where Chris brags about taking all of Sebastian's toys and throwing them in the trash can, where Sebastian boasts about taking where Chris Proudfoot boasts about taking Sebastian's snake brownie. I'm sorry, I don't like him. And he's on Web Sleuths, yelling at Chloe P.I., acting a fool, crashing that interview. It's just too much. No, I don't know them, but I can infer that they're assholes. Sorry. The Path says Sebastian has a very peaceful, loving, happy, joyful aura. I agree. And miserable people hate that. Exactly. Very well said. Very well said. Oh, I'll check my email. Thank you. Hey, Jude. Oh, goodness sakes. Hey, Smansky Rainbow. Good to see you. Aw, thank you. I love that. I really, that's what I would like to keep going. We got to keep that going, guys. Thank you so much. 5 CPS reports. Show Poodle said it. 5 CPS reports. Give me 1 second here. Oh. Fantastic. Thank you, Hey Jude. Hold on, let me get that back a little bit. Okay. All right, guys. I'm just going to show this to you. So just bear with me here. Oh, no, don't do that now. Oh, my bad. Guys, one of these days you're just going to see all my banking information. I clicked the wrong button because I put the volume down, so I didn't know if there was volume on this one. Hold on. Here we go. My bad. I'm so sorry. And I'll read this all to you all too. Let me read it. Hold on. Oh, okay. This is what we read earlier. All of this nasty propaganda being pushed, this rhetoric. Okay, so that, let me go back. And I'll read the beginning of what Miss Hindsight says. Whoop. Sorry, I thought I'd paused that one. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, it says, was there a light on inside the home the night Sebastian Rogers went missing? Notice the timestamp and the date, 3:06 a.m. 2/26/2024, so February 26th. Pictures from footage of the home directly behind Sebastian's home per SF. Thank you. Was this a slip, allegedly? They're getting hella nervous, guys. I'm just going to say that. In my opinion, allegedly, in my opinion, they're getting hella nervous. Hella nervous. And it certainly makes me wonder, with all the ruckus they're making, did they send a legal letter or something trying to get the podcast taken down, or what's going on? Just speculation. I mean, I don't know anything about it, but what I do know is that they're working double overtime to try to debunk things instead of coming out with any type of real proof. So very interesting. Thank you for that, Hey Jude, because that is super interesting. I think it was a slip too, allegedly, in my opinion. I could be wrong, but I could be right. 50-50. But Detroit Rock City says they sure do have a problem showing their true colors. If you have if you have watched their actions and body language, it's very telling. In my opinion, there are millions of red flags, too many to ignore. I agree 100%, Detroit Rock City. I do. I agree. And I just, every time I think about that, because I understand there are people that absolutely support the fee, and I understand that's going to happen in any situation. Some people might say, well, I understand this, but I don't understand that. So maybe there is a little bit of support, but they're skeptical. Whatever the case may be. And we're all entitled to do, to have those feelings and opinions. But just when I look back at those red flags, it's like I could go on and on. I had to stop myself because I would have went on, the interview with, let's keep going. But then the Queen Bee interview, in my opinion, was the most telling interview. Again, we don't see their body language, but the fact that Katie could laugh and tell us about how Sebastian didn't smell good, and that's being nice. I'm being nice to her right now because I could say an exact quote of what she said. I know exactly what she said. When he's missing since February, and it's May, it's the end of May. That's not a mom. Moms don't do that. Moms do not do that. I think they were drinking during that live stream. I do. No, I don't have anything to say about that. They're over the age of 21. They're absolutely able to go up to the store, buy themselves something to drink, and sit and drink it. Not saying that at all. Not at all. I don't judge like that. It's not my thing. But, big but. Even when you're drinking, you know how you might get a little, bubbly, if you will, giggly or something like that. I just don't see it. It's still something that is odd. Even when she's drinking, to sit there and laugh about something like that, to keep it so lighthearted, as if this is the Katie show and it's all about me. No, it actually isn't. The only reason that anybody wants to talk to you is because we're trying to find out where your son is. And you should be too. And then we see a father like Seth who is going on these interviews, as hard as it is for him to do this. He's doing it. And he doesn't talk about how much shit he's getting on the internet. He's talking about, I need to find Sebastian. I need to find where he is. It's all about where he is. It's night and day, guys. It's not, I mean, I can't draw it out. I just can't. I can't draw it out for anybody. 3:06 a.m. 3:06 a.m. It's very interesting, guys. It's very, 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 very interesting. Anne says Anne says to MCE, I know that my son is with God and all of the family that we have lost in our lives. I believe that too, Anne. I know, Star. I know. Faking being someone else and mocking Sebastian, sickest thing I've ever witnessed. Same here. And it's sad. It's sad, and it's frustrating. And it's one of those things where Sebastian doesn't deserve to be treated that way. He never deserved to be treated that way. He was just absolutely failed by the system, in my opinion. They knew what was going on in the home. He told people what was going on. 4 CPS reports and then a 5th one that's still, well, it's still open. Sweet Sativa, I agree. I think it's too bad that they won't search. I think it would really take a lot of heat off of them if they would, but I don't think that that's ever going to happen. I really don't. Princess Buttercup says, we want the whole videos. Exactly. Yes, Princess Buttercup. We want the whole video to show proof of no activity that night. Your photo stills simply will not do. We don't buy it. And yes, we note the timestamp, and it's still fishy before the flashlight. Exactly. Exactly. They expect us not to look at these things as a true crime community. They were doing that too with timestamps before. Receipts or it didn't happen, right? Receipts or it didn't happen. And they can't even demonstrate anything through what they're showing us. They just don't. So, Hey Jude says, that camera belongs to Hendersonville law enforcement. I'm sorry, I had to take a pause. Oh, good Lord. Of course it does. Hey Jude says, that camera belongs to a Hendersonville law enforcement officer. Let that one sink in, folks. Oh, boy. Boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. I hope their trial's televised too, Scranton. Oh, boy. That would just be amazing, you know, to see that justice unfold. And KJ Max says, now I wonder if SF is trying to compromise the case by releasing footage that wasn't supposed to be public. Exactly. Thank you. That was one of my first thoughts. Would he do that? I think he would. It was one of my first thoughts that now because look at what he did with the Texas Roadhouse footage. He put 4 stills, again, you know, well said, very, very well said, Princess Buttercup. He puts these stills out that show nothing. They don't help his clients whatsoever. And then Dog the Bounty Hunter and his team put out the actual footage. And what we see is alarming. What we see is very telling. It gives us a good idea of Sebastian's demeanor, of his interactions with Katie, how Katie interacts with him. There is a wealth of knowledge in what Dog the Bounty Hunter and At Night released in the Texas Roadhouse footage. Did it jeopardize the case? Law enforcement says that the Texas Roadhouse footage isn't relevant. I beg to differ. But if they're saying that, I don't know that in their opinion it would be jeopardizing the case. Do I think that SF wants to jeopardize the case? Abso-friggin-lutely. There is no doubt in my mind that is his absolute MO and reasoning behind all of this, the charade, the shenanigans, all the shit he's doing. Absolutely. Absolutely. And it's unfortunate. It's super unfortunate. Thank you, Snemsky's Rainbow. Thank you. It says, I have to be honest, I'm standing back and not supporting anyone, only Sebastian. And that's all that we can ask for. I think that's fantastic. I think that's who needs the support the most is our Sebastian. He needs it. Robini says, so she left her light on when she left across the common area, allegedly. Possibly. I would think she wouldn't want to come back into a house that was completely dark. And I honestly don't think that she thought it through that thoroughly to cover her tracks, if, you know, for lack of a better way to say it. So good night, Lizzie. Thank you for being here, hun. I hope you feel better. I hope your head feels better soon. Star says that would be Sebastian's room, most likely, I think. Isn't the master at the front of the house? Yeah, it's on the other side of the house. Well, it's in the back of the house. It would be, yes, because you have the garage, you know, on the side. Let's see. Now you got me thinking, Star, because I have a bunch of pictures of their house, and now I want to go back and look. Just to be safe. Just to be safe. I might have to go all the way back. But yes, that would have been, in my opinion, based on the camera angle, it would have been Sebastian's side of the house over the master bedroom. But let me look and see if I can get a picture. Hey Jude says a law enforcement officer is leaking camera footage. That is awesome. That is awesome. See guys, little by little, and Betty said that on her episode too. I remember her saying that well, and it was well said. People are going to start coming out because they can't take it anymore. You can only stay quiet for so long. It starts eating away at you. It just eats away. You know, have you ever had a secret that was just so crazy, but you didn't want to tell it because you know, you knew that you were supposed to be keeping it a secret and you're trying to be loyal and you're trying to do the right thing, but really the right thing is to tell. It's just like that. And it bugs you and it bugs and bugs and bugs until finally you tell it. And then you feel like a relief, like, oh, thank God I told. You know, I mean, it's just something that stays with you. It's like a poison until you get rid of it, in my opinion. And Sandy says there was no number shown on Lady Freedom's C card. Oh, thank you. Good. I did that last night, Sandy. I'm like, oh my God. It's just my Cash App card, thankfully. So it's not like there's much on there or anything. And catch up in the chat. Sorry, guys. Hold on, Lois. Aw, thank you. Thank you, Lizzie. Sweet dreams, Sandy. Good night, Sandy. Thank you for being here. I'm going to be hopping off here really soon. Really, really soon. Michelle says, SF states he has camera footage from behind and in front of the house. Weird when they claim they had no cameras at their house. Well, and you know, that's funny because I wonder if it's from the Ring camera from across the street. It's a strong possibility that it was coming from the Ring camera from across the street and then also the other view. Now, I don't know about the houses around. We've heard about, you know, we've heard some confirmed camera sources, but, you know, nothing really solid. I know that Chloe P.I. said she mapped out an area as well. So, you know, I don't know. Castle says it's too late for the Proudfoots to do anything at this point because their behavior for the last 11 months. I agree. I agree. People would, it would be hard to receive this. I agree. I agree with that. But I do think that there would be some people that would try and, you know, root them on a little bit. And Shadows in the Dark, good night. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. Oh, Faye, the words I need my son does not exist in KP's vocabulary. And it is so sad. It is so sad, Faye. I agree. It breaks my heart, honestly, because I know he loves his mom so much. I know it. I know it. Hey, Jude says, Scranton Strangler, if her light is on at 3:06, that's a problem. Ding, 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 ding. Exactly. A big problem. Good night, brown-eyed girl. I love you too. Have a good night and give your doggy a hug. And Robini says, FP and KP's room are on the backside. Sebastian's was in the front. That's exactly. Thank you, Robini. That's what I was thinking. But then I started second guessing myself. I was like, maybe I should look. So, shame Mrs. Foot. I agree. I agree. I am too. Bear says, I can't keep those kinds of secrets. I'm horrible with that too. I honestly, if it's something that's really bad or I feel like it's dangerous or somebody might get hurt, I'm definitely not, I'm probably going to tell. It's kind of like when the Unabomber's brother found his manifesto and turned it into the police. I mean, you just got to do the right thing, you know, no matter who it is, you know. against. And Hey Jude says, Pincho Paxton shows the lights coming down the side, not through the backyard. Bobby, the neighbor, says someone was carrying something in the video. I agree. And the one that hindsight showed did appear to show someone being carried, because you could see, you know, one head is lower than the other over the shoulder. I mean, I know, my head's spinning, guys. My head's spinning. That's a good thing, VM. That's a really good thing. You know, but I think, you know what, I think when it comes to people who, you know, do partake in alcohol, I think that if you're in a good mood when you start drinking, you know, you're going to be in a good mood. Now, some people are just really crappy, mean drunks. I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying, you know, but then other people, when they're sad already and you add booze to the equation, they're like a hot mess, just crying their eyes out, like they can't stop, right? And so, with that being said, I just can't believe that the booze didn't induce some crying. I mean, gosh, that's bad. I know that was bad, but that's kind of my thought process. That's just my thought process. And Faye says she told her son at the interview, "We love you." Sorry, I clicked on that one wrong, Faye. "We love you." Talking like she was the step parent, not the mom that needed her son back, in my opinion. There was not a lot of pleading involved, Faye, and I agree. It's just one of those things where it's just crazy. Which neighbor was out of town? The one behind? I can't remember which one was out of town. Maybe Hey Jude could help us. Mystery cars footage. The one behind. Okay, the one behind. I'll write that one down because I did not know which one. The one behind was out of town. So that makes sense that they were able to give permission like over the phone to access the cameras and things like that, I think. And I Am Two Bear says, I wonder if their garage was picked up while, or excuse me, I wonder if their garbage was picked up while they were out of town. Good question. That's a really good question, I Am Two Bear. And Castle says the master bedroom is in the back in the house next to the garage. Okay, that's what I was thinking too. Thank you, Castle. But I don't know why I was thinking something. I was like, I need to double check. Thank you. Thank you so much, guys. And including LE, Gracie says. Exactly. And Scranton Strangler says, no, Detroit, I just heard it the other day. His room is by the front. Room is in the front by the door. It is. It's that's what I was doing. Sorry guys, I'll pull a picture up of what I can do if I don't want to look. We'll do 100. Oh, sorry, I lost my. Just bear with me. My internet clicks off on this phone sometimes. So just bear with me. We'll wait a second. Michelle Scott says, I'm in Kansas City, Missouri. It's 2:27 a.m. here. Love your show. It's great. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hey, go Chiefs. I hope they win. I really do. I'm from Missouri too. Well, not from, but I live there. I used to live there. Hey, Jude says Detroit, Sebastian's front, Katie's back. Yeah. Yeah. He's right in the front. His room is right up front. By the front door, actually, like the window next to the front door is Sebastian's window. And it is a low level, you know, it's a one level house, but then they have the bonus room above the garage. And he could absolutely have gotten out of his window, although he would have been picked up on the Ring camera from across the street, according to Chris Proudfoot. He also would have stepped on the bushes, which I don't think that that would have detoured him much. But nevertheless, being 5'5", he's only an inch shorter than me. So I do believe that he could have made it out the window, but I also believe that he would have you know, he would have been picked up on the camera, then absolutely, because it was facing, because of the way where the camera was facing. Detroit Rec City, I agree 100%. The domino effect, the house of cards is falling. Look out. I mean, I'm telling you, clink, clink. And in my opinion, allegedly. And Gracie's gavel says, so the light is from Sebastian's room, right? I'm thinking so. That's the way I'm interpreting it. Sorry, I'm having to connect to this, and it's... I did enter that. Oh, okay. No, I didn't. Oh my God, my phone just froze up for some reason. Oh, all right. Well, gee whiz. Okay. So, hold on. Let me just mute this so I could say this address. Okay, not that we don't know which house he, was missing from, but I just don't. Hey, DNA Resin, good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Okay, so Hey Jude says that's why she made up that bull about him dipping behind the walls. I agree. I agree. There's a couple of different reasons why I think that, and I've speculated on it. It was absolutely weird, that whole deal. KJ Max says CP was tickled while explaining what would happen to Sebastian climbing out the window onto the bushes. He's rotten. I agree. He was laughing like, oh, he would have screamed and made fun of him. Yeah, he's awful. He's a real shit. He's a real shit in my opinion. He's a real shit. And oh God, my voice to text didn't turn off when I said that. Okay, give me a second here. Oh goodness sakes, I was talking a minute for that one. Aw, thank you, VM. That's so sweet of you. Thank you. Stafford Court, Hendersonville, Tennessee. Okay, here's a good one. Let's see. And this is from Zillow. Zillow. Okay, so here is the front of the house. And you can see where Sebastian's room would be. It's that window that's right next to the front door. So, and then let me see if I can't find a back view of the house. Because see how the garage is in the, this is like a side view from the driveway, but see how the garage is in the front? Then Katie's room would be in the back end of the house, right? Just, because the garage would be first, and then in the back of the house would be Katie's. And Chris's, I should say, both of their rooms. And then you can see in this photo how the kitchen, you would have to go through the kitchen or past the kitchen, because Sebastian's room is past the dining room. So you would have to, And then, I refreshed it instead. Sorry, guys. Let's see. And see, this is how their kitchen is set up, where there's like an island, or kind of in the middle. So it's an open concept, and then there's an island in the middle. And then you have, it's real cute. I mean, former realtor over here, and I'm, that's a cute house. It's nice. It's a nice house. You know, again, if he was in the kitchen, open concept, guys. Just putting it out there, open concept. She would have had to have walked past the kitchen. I do like that kitchen 2-star. Isn't it cute? And she would have saw Sebastian dipping behind walls and whatnot. Ooh, fancy. Fancy dancy. Ugh. Just kicked me off the internet while I was on there. Oh, here we go. Okay. It just booted my booty. Okay, there we go. Okay. Sorry, guys. This is getting that back. Let me do this. Let me just scroll by, scroll by. This is the bonus room above the garage, guys, just to give you a perspective on the bonus room above the garage. And you can tell that it's above, right? You'd have to go up the stairs. So when SF was talking about how, you know, it's a 1-story house, it's, you know, it's, and then Aiden was like, oh, I thought there was, no, Aiden was right. There's a bonus room above the garage. So you'd have to go upstairs to get to it. I mean, obviously. Now, they have a porch on the back of their house that leads to the backyard, right? So there's their porch, or kind of like a little sunroom, if you will. And then this is their backyard. And keep in mind, these photos are from Zillow, so these aren't, you know, their actual backyard today as they have it. But then you can also look at the fence. So it's a fenced-in backyard. Here's another angle of their backyard. And here's a bigger view of the backyard. And then that really doesn't tell much, but just to put it into perspective for everybody. Let's see Gracie's comment. Happy birthday to all the birthday people from Margaret and Lady Freedom. Thank you guys. Or thank you, Margaret. Dude, let's see. What did Gracie say? Subscribe to John Q. Gracie says, yes, I understand, Kessel. I can only imagine the chaos that they've had. Ugh, boy. Scranton says, doesn't look like the photo SF just dropped to debunk the people walking in the backyard. I know. It's just, it's all smoke and mirrors. I don't believe a dang thing that they put out there. I really don't. I just can't. And if you're going to put something out there, then put it around the time that is in question, not, you know, whatever you feel like putting out there because it's right before, and hope nobody looks and verifies otherwise. And VM says, I'm a vault. I keep secrets because I'm a Scorpio. Because you're Scorpio. Yeah, you know, I think that does have a lot to do with it too. But that's what it reminded me of, is like, you know, would you turn in your own brother? You know, like the Unabomber. You know, so because I can get why you wouldn't want to tell on your family members or your spouse or your kids. Like, I totally get that. But, oh, I'm sorry to hear that, VM. Yeah. Aw. And see, that's the thing. It's a fine line, you know, especially when it's in the family to, you know, but I just honestly think that, you know, sometimes people will stay in that same mindset as they're getting, drunk and stuff like that. And so if she was sad before, it would make her more sad. And in theory, you know, And Detroit Rock City says, did anyone hear that the window and doors had sensors? I remember watching something about that. If the windows open, the alarms, if the windows open, the alarm beeps. My daughter has them on her windows and they are loud. Yes, Detroit Rock City. And also they will give those to people who are in DV situations to make sure that they're okay. Also people who have Alzheimer's, because they'll wander out. And so people will put alarms on their windows, on their door, you'll see them on their doors. So that way when the door opens, there's like a chime, it's loud. Great point. Great point. Hey, Jude says, I don't drink either. It's for the better, like, and some people, it's okay to do it when it's fun. And I don't judge people. I don't. But I just know that it changes people and their emotions and their inhibitions, things like that. So I do think it's interesting to kind of look at that and kind of figure out what's going on there, what could possibly have gone on. And Castle says, Gracie's gavel, exactly. That's exactly my point. Lots of people drove around looking for houses with cameras. They even had their house on the market afterwards because of all the craziness. Yeah, and think about trying to get your home sold in that area. Oh boy, oh boy. Coffee time. And Star says, honestly, the only negative I have outside of the paint colors is all of that grass allergies. But I heard the neighborhood has gardeners that maintain all of their lawns. Oh, really? Okay, I didn't know that. So that must be part of the HOA agreement or something like that. DNA resin SF isn't very bright. Scranton says, lady, too bad she don't use the cute kitchen. If it was a fun fact that she made breakfast that morning as if it was a rare occasion. I know it was weird how she said that. I don't know if that was like because she was maybe she was saying it because there were people were commenting to her about, well, you never said you made him breakfast. Did you fix him breakfast? But it did sound like it was more of an underhanded comment. I agree. Like, fun fact, I did make him breakfast, I mean, she said that too. Whenever it came to, when they were on Queen Bee, she said the same thing. She said, fun fact, or he can read, by the way, kind of a thing. So, I mean, yeah, the sarcasm, it was thick. And as a sarcastic person myself, I could definitely pick up on it right away. It didn't take me long to be like, ooh, that was a little snarky, John Q says, Miss Lady Freedom, I'll most certainly give you a shout out tomorrow night on my channel. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you so much, John. I appreciate that. I truly enjoyed your live this morning. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry I have to go on so late. I just can't do it early. Scranton. Thank you. Hey, Jude. And Faye says, we also must find out Lori's whereabouts Lori is so curious to me too, Faye, about Sunday night. In my opinion, she was at the house and she might be an eyewitness allegedly. I don't think she was the only one at the house. I mean, it's so hard because I really, I just have a feeling. I just have a bad feeling that he was there. I really do, especially because he slipped up a bunch of times in interviews. And Gracie's Gavel says, I won't drink for that reason too. Yeah, see, and that's the thing. It causes a lot of trauma and things like that. And then also, it does make people more selfish, in my opinion, where you're not really worried about other people's emotions or feelings. When you're an alcoholic, you're just, you're very, very selfish, in my opinion. Absolutely. And Scranton says, not worth that 15K retainer. And $2,800 paid. Oh my goodness. I mean, ugh, not at all. I would be upset with him if I was the feet. I would. Not to say that it isn't kind of comical that they're kind of getting some karma back, in my opinion, but I'd be upset. I'd be like, quit posting stuff. Like, you're not helping. Don't go on any more interviews. You're not helping. Because he's not. He's just making it worse. Especially being all foolish like he was being. I'm thinking they do. Detroit Rock City, because it's such a nice area. Like, usually those nice subdivisions have HOAs and things like that. Yeah, I'm thinking they do. I do. I think they do. Lori says she's wondering about that too, Faye. Yeah. Yes. Hey, Jude says, everyone be sure to watch John Q tomorrow night. He's one of my favorites. Aw, that's so awesome. Hey, Jude. That's so sweet of you. And Castle says maybe SF blurred the picture because it shows the flashlight peeps. That's a good point. He just left that wide open for us to be more sus. I agree, because I wonder the same thing. Who cares about the privacy or whatever? If you're trying to show something, you're trying to show it. And then also, you don't have to, like, that was a big, huge text box, right? He's talking to people who are used to doing editing, every day. And so when he pulls stuff like that, it makes it even more suspicious. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm sorry. There were other ways that he could, I mean, there are a lot of different ways that you can blur out images and preserve privacy. And I'm just not buying it. I'm just not buying it. And Gracie says they say she was Faye, but didn't spend the night. Yeah, I heard the same thing, Gracie, that she was there in the night, but then she didn't stay over. But why hasn't Katie said that? See, again, just being dishonest breeds, a lot of people, breeds everybody's speculation because there's not honesty. And so we're questioning everything. Oh, well, you said this, and it's not our fault that we're suspicious. It's their fault. Don't ever, please don't let other people out on these YouTube streets tell you that, you're being overly suspicious, because I know that's one thing that likes to get passed around a lot, especially here lately. And it's like, no, the reason why I'm suspicious is because of their past behaviors. The reason why I'm suspicious is because of what they've said. Those are the reasons. It's not anything that we're conjuring up in our own imagination. So, because that's gaslighting at its finest. And Faye says, so she woke up her autistic son and went to KP at 6:30 a.m. Yeah, right. I know. It's crazy. It is. It's kind of comical. Hurry back. Hey, Jude. It's comical. It is. It's to say the least. Gracie says, I know what you mean. VM is a D. Okay. So she says, I know what you mean. And at VM. Okay. Oh, I got you. You're talking to VM. My bad, guys. I'm sorry. I just got a text. And it is a disease, and I have no desire to have it either. Yeah, I mean, it's just bad all around. It is. It's bad when people get too heavy into it. I think there's a big difference if people go out and have a couple drinks, and maybe they might like to go dancing and stuff like that. Glass of wine at dinner, whatever it is. But when it gets to that point where it's a lot, and also when people are using it to cope from their trauma, that's where it starts getting into a really bad territory, so to speak, in my opinion, so. And I do want to shout out to John Q. Thank you so much for being in here. It's so awesome. I really appreciate you being in here. So thank you so much. And thank you for shouting me out. I'm going to go over and watch you. I will be sure to be over there. And Robini. Aw. That's sweet of you. Castle says, who says, fun fact, I made spaghetti pancakes when your child is missing and you're and you are on camera supposed to be begging, pleading for their missing son. Yeah, the level of defensiveness, I agree, Castle. It's like they're automatically defensive, and they're sarcastic and snarky. That is something that we just don't see with parents who have a missing child, you know? They just don't. We just don't. Princess Buttercup says, sorry, KP, those aren't fun facts. Snarky as fuck, in my opinion, too. Oh my goodness. True. It's true. And DNA Resin says, Lady Freedom Seth said in an interview, Lori was there when he got there. I remember that. On the 26th, so he lives, oh, excuse me, so she lives 6 hours away. So she must have been there before Sebastian went missing. Boom. There it is, folks. I can't argue with, how do you argue with that time, with that time frame? You know what I mean? There's no way that she would have been able to go there and back ever, And so that's, I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. Robini, fun fact, Google it, y'all. Like things, like things repeated on cue. Yep. Yeah. Like lines in a play. I agree. Very scripted. And that was a major speculation in the beginning for a lot of people too. Wow, they sound scripted, or why are they saying it like this? Or is Katie reading off of something? Like that's how bad it was. And I'm not trying to be rude at all. Trust me, I'm not trying to be rude, but I'm just stating the way that I perceived it, the way that other people perceived it. It did seem like she was reading off a script. And then when asked this, she was asked by Nancy Grace, there's much to be made about how you won't look at the camera and you won't, you're not showing any emotion, not showing any emotion. What's your take on this? What do you have to say to the public about this? And she asked her flat out. I mean, Nancy just asked her flat out. And she says, the reason why I'm not crying is because I've been crying for the past however long. And she left it at that. And she said, the reason why I don't look into the camera or look at the interviewer is because I'm looking at a picture of my son. It's just not good enough. I'm sorry. It's just not convincing. And don't get me wrong. The parents of a missing child don't have to convince us as the public. They really don't. Who they need to convince is, the law. I understand that. But if you're going to get on an interview and things like that, you have to understand that people are going to have different perspectives and opinions on what you're saying. And if you're not crying and if you're not acting like a normal parent who is concerned genuinely, people are going to pick up on that in a heartbeat and they are going to speculate. And that's not on the public. That is on them, not the public, in my opinion. And Anne says, I heard he was there until about 10 p.m. that night. And I've heard a lot of different things too, Anne, about that. And my thing is that he would have been able, based on the time frame, he would have been able to get back to Memphis. Probably, I'm gonna say 2.5 hours, give or take, because I know there's people who have driven that, and so I think that he would have been able to make that if he went a little bit over the speed limit. He didn't stop, took back roads, things like that. So, that's funny. That's funny, VM. Faye says, in my opinion, CP and KP think they're so smart and fooled police since protocol wasn't done. Well said, Faye. His truck, his wife hit. His white truck hit his truck hit the geofence, and they think they are stupid, in my opinion. I mean, speaks volumes. The fact that his truck was picked up on the geofencing technology. So, I mean, there's no denying it. Those are things, like even in the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial, you know, computers store all of this information. And that was the first time that I had ever explored like metadata before or researched it. And it's just weird because it'll tell you like the precise, you know, time, location, date, da, 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 you know, on the photo. And it doesn't change with the photo unless the photo is altered and things like that. It's very high tech. Um, it doesn't lie. You know, people lie, camera footage doesn't lie. People misperceive people misperceive, but cameras and, you know, surveillance doesn't. It just doesn't. Recordings, you know, even audio, it doesn't lie. It is what it is. And Robini says CP and KP were dumb ass were dumbasses about the geofence. Yeah, they didn't think he thought of everything. And this is the thing that we see a lot in the true crime community. When they solve these cases, it's usually like a little mistake that's made, especially if it's been as long as it has been with nothing, you know, that we haven't had any resolution. It just usually just like that one little thing, that little misstep. And so I'm really banking on that for Sebastian's case. Um, well, you guys, I appreciate all of you so very much. Thank you, Lori, for the green hearts. Um, but I think that we should wrap up the night. And I'm so thankful for you guys all being here and for you being kind to everybody in the chat. I think if as long as we can do and be a good example for one another and just try to do like better every day for you know, it helps tremendously either way, because then you're spreading a little bit of niceness where there maybe wasn't going to be any. And then also, I think you all are super intelligent and I really appreciate your opinions and your thoughts on all of these different subjects. I think it's important to explore, especially at this juncture. I think it's good to go back and watch these interviews. Even last night, I had just went back. It wasn't even the interview. It was just pieces of it. And it was Holly Thompson, News 2, I believe, or Channel 4. I can't remember which one it was. But either way, she had said that Mr. Proudfoot was saying that it's been an emotional roller coaster since Sunday. Well, nobody knew that Sebastian was missing until Monday morning. So that's those little teeny tiny things that we can go back and say, oh boy, okay, that's just not right. Like, wait a minute. And everybody in chat was like, whoa. And I'm like, oh, I never caught that before. Good catch, guys. Good catch. So those are the things that I really enjoy. And I enjoy, good to see you, Liz. And sweet dreams, Margaret. Those are the things that I think are really important. And when we can continue to explore those and pick out these little tiny things that sometimes we'll listen to things over and over and over again, and we don't pick up on something until, you know, the fifth time. Or sometimes we'll watch it 5 times and we'll be like exhausted of it. And you're like, oh, and then you'll go on to do something else and your brain will kind of refresh itself. And then you go back and look at it again. And you're like, oh my God, really? How did I miss that 5 times? So, I mean, it happens. And, you know, we're not computers, we're people. So, thank you all so much for being here. And I will see you on Monday. I will have a great show planned for you all. And please look out for my new video on Crystal McCrory Jones. I'm going to get that pushed out before Monday night's live. Because it's super important that I focus on that and get it pushed out. There's just been so much because of Nancy Grace's episode, which I was never expecting anything like that. And I'm so very grateful. And I'm so very grateful to Gracie's Gavel for collaboration. And I'm so grateful for Justin for, you know, also promoting me in his chat and all of that. And Gracie too. That was fantastic. And I so appreciate it. And so, you know, I wasn't expecting any of that though. It was definitely not a week that is typical for me. So I appreciate all of you guys so much. And I will see you on Monday. Thank you.